open it with our karakia. Whakataka te hau. All right, thank you everyone for attending. Thank you to my councillor colleagues and to members of the public who've come today. And welcome to the long-term plan committee. So apologies, we do have some. We have apologies from Mayor Foster, Councillor Calvert and Councillor Rush for early departure. Also Councillor Day, Councillor Wolfe and Councillor O'Neill for early departure. And I think for the Mayor, possibly a late arrival as well. So I will move the motion that we accept those apologies. Do I have a seconder?
No, I'll need to grab my kids again and just duck out.
Okay, yep. So apologies for Councillor Pennant for a departure and on a re-attendance. Okay, so do I have a seconder for those? Thank you, Councillor Rush. I will now put the motion that has been moved and seconded that we accept those apologies. Please press the green if you agree and the red if you don't. And those are carried. It's carried. Conflict of interest declarations. I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest that they may have in relation to the matters we're covering today. Are there any conflicts of interest? Nobody? That's good. There are no minutes to confirm today, and there are no items not on the agenda. And today in public participation we're hearing oral submitters for the long-term plan, and we will start that process by calling up to the table Maddie Drew from the Public Service Association. Welcome, Maddie. Welcome, Maddie. As an organisation, you have 10 minutes. It's up there on the overhead display, and the floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for hearing this submission. I've brought with me Ian Gordon, who's the National Sector Leader for Local Government for the Public Service Association, Te Pūkenga Here Tikanga Mahi, which is the largest union in New Zealand and the largest in local government. We've got over 9,000 members in local government, over 400 and I think we're up to 420 now at Wellington City Council, and over 460 at Wellington City Council and its combined council-controlled organisations. We also have over 18,000 members who live in the Wellington City area, this is so much more relaxing than the draft one, where I was really stressed. I'm really glad that this is so much better. So the main things that we want, just local democracy is a cornerstone value for the PSA, and we want vibrant communities underpinned by strong democratic institutions. Can you just deliver on that? So we want the constitutional independence of local government to be supported and strengthened. We know the government's been putting a lot on local government lately. In regards to the comments on the draft plan, so I suppose obviously a key thing for us, especially given the news over the last couple of weeks, is pay. All workers should be paid a fair and decent wage, and equal pay for equal work is a human right. Equal pay is also one of our 4 strategic goals for the PSA, and we've been working towards that for library assistants with Wellington City Council, but we actually want to see it for all of your staff. So I suppose there's a couple of points that we included there around Wellington City Council still pays below the local government median, and the pay gap here is larger than in other territorial authorities, and we want to work with you to reduce that. So it was 17.69 in November 2019 when we did our last survey, compared to 14.86 for local government overall. So this is the undervaluation of people based on their gender rather than the value of the work that they do. And yeah, it's not acceptable anymore. So we want to see you put aside adequate resource to address all current and future pay equity claims and to work towards reducing the gap with the local government median in a systematic way rather than an ad hoc way. We definitely don't want to see any pay freezes. We don't think that that would be reasonable at all. I'm wearing my living wage t-shirt today because our next point is about the living wage movement. You've got some really nice points in there, so we commend you on becoming the first council to be living wage accredited. We want you to continue with that, and we welcome the announcement of the $300,000 annual grants fund. Moving on, workload is a key issue for some of our members at Wellington City Council, and obviously it affects their health and wellbeing. For the safe and sustainable functioning of council services, we want to see mechanisms around safe and sustainable workloads. So no unreasonable delays in filling vacancies, for example, which has been a mechanism that's been used to save money but then is putting pressure on remaining people in teams. And is affecting mental health as a result. So adequate resourcing and timely filling of vacancies and appropriate reallocation of resource so that people aren't working unreasonably. Keeping services in-house. So a couple of years ago, well, no, a few years ago, the IT services were outsourced, and I had I was in the unfortunate position of doing the PSA submission against that, and then we just kept ticking away saying, this isn't working, you should bring it back in-house, and it finally has been, and the feedback that I'm getting from members is really positive, so just emphasising we believe it's best for council and for your workers, and therefore for the city, that you retain services in-house as much as possible. In a similar vein, asset sales or privatisation, we're strongly in opposition to those. We have numerous issues in regards to the multiple locations and multiple tenancies that the council is currently filling, so we encourage you to put aside enough resource that you can rebuild the civic administration precinct and be housing more of your staff in council-owned properties, that you have more control over the health and safety of your workforce, as well as keeping people together so that those synergies from teams working can be most made benefit of. The transport in Wellington has been a bit of a thorny issue for us and for our members. We've done some really interesting work around how PSA members, not just at Wellington City Council but in the city, get to and from work and the barriers that they see. Also, with my other hat on, I organise in the hospitals, and that's a particular problem there, of course. So we encourage the council to continue working proactively with partners to improve our public transport network, alongside and within the Let's Get Welly Moving framework. But also there is a significant need for additional resource in public transport to get people using that, to take the strain off our roading system, as well as getting the climate benefits of that, which flows nicely into the environment. So the First to Zero strategy, we see that as good, and it's very much that the council needs to be leading in the space to support individuals to be making different decisions and have opportunities to reduce their carbon footprint. A particular point that we've noted is that the council's not currently collecting green waste, and that this has a significant effect. So while council's recommended option 4, sludge minimisation, we suggest option 3 would ensure funding is adequately ring-fenced should alternative funding not be forthcoming. I'm sure Danny knows what that means. Housing, so we strongly support increased investment in affordable and social housing. And we are concerned about the affordable rental housing not actually being affordable for a lot of our members and for a lot of key workers in the city as well. We think that that's not in line with the essential workers that the city needs. And
Maddie, if you do want to allow time for questions, it has to be in the, and
Sure.
there are some. So.
Okay, far away.
But don't feel under pressure to finish.
I think the recommendations on the last page are all pretty blunt. So I'll let you read that at your leisure so that you can ask me questions.
Okay, so Councillor Pannett, you had a question.
Thank you. That was a great submission. I shouldn't be surprised maybe, but why is our gender pay gap higher than local government when we're the capital? It's supposed to be progressive. What stopped that?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's complicated in local government, so that there tend to be a lot of reasons. So you've got a large library workforce, which is predominantly female, and they are hugely undervalued for the skills and experience that they bring. So I understand that the pay equity work is comparing them to IT professionals. So you think that they're some of the people most affected by the living wage increases, and a lot of them have really serious, tertiary qualifications and postgrad degrees, and they're not currently recognised for that. There's also infrastructure work. There tend to be more people who've been of longer tenure, and again, that's been an area of higher pay.
Iona rudely asked my question.
There is still a problem with. So I remember one case here a couple of years ago that with pay secrecy, people don't know what other people are being paid. So we encourage members to talk about that, but the individual agreement at Wellington City Council currently discourages people from talking about their pay, which contributes to pay secrecy, which allows for all of the biases that are present in society, conscious and unconscious, to be expressed through pay and progression systems. We had one member who didn't find out that she was the lowest paid in her team, despite having the most experience and qualifications, until she was the acting manager during a pay round.
Okay, well that's something, isn't it? Thank you very much, Maddie. And Gordon. That's been really useful. Thank you. I'd next like to invite up to the table Ellen Blake from Living Streets Aotearoa. It's an organisation, you have 10 minutes, and as already explained, that does need to include questions. There usually are a few.
Kia ora tātou, ko Ellen Blake ahau, ko kaituitui, whanganui atara kia Living Streets Aotearoa, the pedestrian advocacy group. Our submission pretty much focused on one area that you asked in your consultation document, but I just want to share a thing that I heard last night when I had my Mount Vic hat on, and I was sitting at a table with Fleur and Rebecca, and somebody came along. This is to do with how do we pay for things. So somebody came along and said, we're talking about, do you increase rates or do you do a levy or whatever it is that you do? And that was the best comment I've heard in a long time. She talked about we can incur a financial debt and we can pay that back. But if we incur a social, community or environmental debt, you cannot pay that back in the same way at all. So I just thought that was a really cool way of thinking about how we pay for things. And I know that some people have trouble paying rates and things like that, but I think there's a lot of mechanisms that council has that they can use to help those people with their contribution. So I just wanted to share that. And so our submission pretty much focuses on the, if there's going to be new money for transport, what to do with it. But we also support some of the making places better, the civic square, having a destination near the library, making the waterfront even better place to walk along. So some of those things, but we haven't addressed that directly. But what we have done is talked about that if there is 100 million floating around spare for transport projects, which was the increased funding for cycleways idea, that we would like to see that targeted to what we're calling a complete streets approach, which is, I think it's Hans Mondrian, is that right? Andy will know. And so you might look at, for instance, Brooklyn Hill and think about what would make that road better for everybody that uses that, thinking about that we've got very strong climate action targets, and we've got a priority for who we want to focus on in our transport area, which is pedestrians, cyclists and public transport users. So the complete streets approach would look at all of those processes and to make that place better for everybody that's there. And it's also making it a good place, so a livable place to be, which would include, obviously, much more being much more walkable. And so if we did have some spare money floating around for a new or improved transport spending, we've got a list here of things that we think really need targeting. And you might know that it's Road Safety Week this week, and so I've just been down at Parliament with the school speeds people, and so there's this thing about 30 kilometres an hour is one of the most significant safety improvements we can make on our street, because it's just, if you're in a crash or whatever, the impact is much less. So you've done some really good work getting 30 kilometre an hour central area and in shopping areas, but we need to take the next step and make an education and enforcement program that supports that, or tactical urbanism if that's going to help. And it's not in the budget as far as I can see. So putting some money to this would be a really good use of any money that might be spare, and particularly around schools. Streets for Life means slower speeds around schools. It's really, really important if we want to make some of the climate change actions that we have said we will, that we've committed to, that we can make young people feel comfortable walking, catching the bus, or even cycling. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. Just looking at my colleagues in the back, was there anything else? Okay, good.
Okay, that's great. Do we have questions? Actually, I think you've been extraordinarily clear. We certainly know what Living Streets, where you're coming from, and I should have also pointed out Ellen's submission is on page 867 of our, and the previous one from Maddie was on page 89. I'll try and give you the page numbers. Did you have a question, Councillor Bennett?
I have your list of walking improvements needed, and we will take action. I'm just wondering, if you were thinking about open streets or equal streets, where would you start? We can't do it everywhere all at once. So, are there particular parts of the city you think that would work?
I think you've got some very clever staff, and go and ask them where the crashes are. Ask them what the school issues are, particularly what the school issues are. Some of the councillors here have got places that they know already, and where are the most people walking. There's some good ways to prioritise, and they've got some really good ideas. Let's Get Wellington Moving. Hopefully, we'll address some of them in the central area.
Thank you, Councillor Gondi.
Thanks, Alan. I'm just wondering about intersection improvements, and if that's something that, obviously it improves the safety for everybody who's using the intersection, which would include pedestrians, and where Living Streets, whether you have a view on we should be spending more in that space. From memory, where kind of the option was somewhere in the middle of how much we could be spending on intersection improvements.
Yep. if I remember rightly. I think most crashes that involve pedestrians happen at intersections, so it's good safety move, especially around schools. You want to make it really safe around schools, and you want to make it safe around places where there's a lot of older folks, like rest homes and stuff. So I think we could spend a lot more on that. Having zebra crossings on a raised platform is the safest design that we know about, so why not roll those out? Tawa's a great place. They put that fantastic two crossings on the main road. It's made a huge difference to people. We get such good feedback on that. It's really good.
Thank you, Alan. That's been really helpful. Thank you. Thank you for all the time you put into coming to talk to us about these issues too.
Seeing me, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I would now like to call up to the table, please, Guardians of the Bay Inc. That's Tim Jones. Thank you, Tim. Welcome. And his submission is, or their submission is on page 878. Mm-hmm. That's what I've been told.
Sorry.
Oh, we'll get that corrected, but carry on, Tim.
Yeah. Kia ora koutou. My name's Tim Jones, and I'm submitting on behalf of Guardians of the Bays. Trying to read my submission off my phone. Yes, it's behaving itself. Trying to adapt to modern times. So, here are the key submission points, which are covered with one exception in our existing written submission, but we've also added some stuff that's hot off the press because it comes directly from the evidence that's being presented to the airport expansion hearing, which also has started today. So, our first point. Wellington City Council made the right decision to remove a loan from a runway extension from the draft long-term plan. There should be no attempt to restore that funding. Whatever it's called, and whatever budget code it's put under, Wellington City Council should not be loaning, granting or giving any money to Wellington International Airport Limited for a runway extension. We're glad that councillors rejected Wyle's attempt to get a runway extension loan into the draft long-term plan, and we urge you to reject any further attempts to get the Wellington City Council to fund that project. Secondly, we support full funding of Te Atakura. Reducing both direct and indirect emissions from the airport is critical to its successful implementation. Both reducing emissions and responding to the effects of climate change are crucial priorities for Wellington, and we support fully funding Te Atakura and making it a top priority for the Council. And as its implementation plan notes, at almost 20% of the city's emissions, and with emissions from these sectors still increasing, actions to reduce emissions from aviation and marine sectors must be explored and identified in collaboration with key stakeholders. Strong investment in potential solutions is needed. Until aviation can be wholly or largely fuelled by renewable energy, we submit that direct and indirect emissions from the airport, by which we're including emissions from the planes that use the airport, should be capped and then progressively reduced. Now here's the new stuff. Transitioning to aviation to renewable energy sources, such as electric aircraft or hydrogen fuels derived from electrolysis, so in other words it's what they call green hydrogen, is a long way off. If you don't believe us, take the word of the airport company's own expert witness on the future of aviation at the Wellington Airport expansion hearing that started today. His name's Ken Conway. He's the Head of Environment and Sustainability for Airbiz Aviation Strategies Limited, and he says exactly that in his evidence to the hearing, which is on the Wellington City Council website. Here's a couple of quotes from his evidence, which obviously is too long for me to read out all of here. His point 38, there is no evidence to suggest that battery electric aircraft will be realistic for the majority of the world's airlines until the mid-2030s and beyond. He also talks about hydrogen, as I've mentioned, as a possible renewable fuel source if it's derived from electrolysis, and he says, his points 46 to 47, even though some aircraft manufacturers like Airbus believe hydrogen aircraft could be available as early as 2035, there are likely to be limitations on the extent to which liquid hydrogen could be used for aviation. I was skipping over a little bit. He's also written about the safety issues with hydrogen. To become a viable solution for all market segments, hydrogen aircraft will need another breakthrough with the airframe design to compensate the higher volume required to store liquid hydrogen. So therefore, even according to Wellington Airport's own expert witness, renewable energy will not make a significant contribution to New Zealand aviation till the mid-2030s at the earliest. Therefore, any proposals to expand Wellington Airport's operations before then will lead directly to increased greenhouse gas emissions from aviation. We submit that it's time for the airport to put its expansion and runway extension plans on hold until at least the mid-2030s. And to clarify, we're not automatically saying that we then say, yay, go for it, but at minimum, these shouldn't even be on the table until there's a significant transition to or very close to renewable energy in aviation. Now, that thinking is not represented in the airport company's master plan. That plan represents aggressive expansion of passenger numbers. They still want the runway extension. They want to take more land in Miramar, which is what the current hearing is about. Now, frankly, we don't think that the airport company should have a representative on the Te Atakura steering group until they change their ways, because they've shown no genuine interest in helping to reduce the city's emissions, but a great deal of interest in taking steps that will make those emissions worse. Final point, when it comes to Let's Get Wellington Moving, we want to see mass transit, better bus services, and improved walking and cycling in the eastern suburbs. What we don't want to see is more road capacity to feed Wellington Airport's appetite for parking fees. An efficient mass rapid transit system, together with an all-electric bus fleet and better walking and cycling provisions, will both reduce land transport emissions and make it harder for the airport company to justify taking more of Wellington's land and turning it into car parks. We'd also like to see Wellington City Council back long-distance intercity rail as a low-carbon alternative to domestic aviation. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have some questions, one from Councillor Paul and Councillor Condi.
Tim, thank you so much for coming in and for giving us that update on how the hearings are going and that new information. I just wondered, what did you or Guardians of the Bay think when you found out that the airport were expecting a grant from us in the form of 73 million and not a loan?
Well, we were... What's that phrase? We weren't angry, we were just disappointed. But I can't honestly say we're surprised because, and I think the track record of the airport company over that whole issue of trying to get the loan in there, or as they later revealed, a grant. I think the track record of the airport company is that they're well, I'm going to say it and I'll see how people react, at times somewhat economical with the truth of what they're trying to do. And so I really appreciate your efforts and those of other councillors to make sure that they did not get that in at the last minute. It was much appreciated.
Councillor Condi.
Thanks, Tim. I'm just going to play devil's advocate for a moment and just, when we're looking at the seawalls around the airport, we've got roads and pipes that are our assets that are going to fail. If the seawall fails, our assets are going to fail before the runway fails. So I guess my question is, I feel like that there is a reasonable case for us to make some contribution towards keeping the seawalls in good condition. And I guess I'd like to know, like, how could we do that and you feel like we were upholding our commitments? Does that make sense?
The question makes sense. And I think my answer to that would be that the first, from the correspondence that was tabled from the airport company, and which was, I think, later reported, it was clear that it was at the very least an unfortunate confusion, which I would say the airport company was seeking to perpetuate, for what the money was for, because Tim Brown's public comments in the media did not square with what was actually in that letter. It was very clear that it was a runway extension was at least part of the purpose. So as an organisation, we haven't reached a view on that specific point, but what I would say was, at the absolute minimum, it needs to be completely clear that any funding is for a seawall, not an extension designed as a seawall. And I think the record of this issue suggests that council and council officers will need to be very careful to make sure that what you think you're funding is what you're actually funding.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you, Tim, and I will make sure I've actually asked the staff to take a record of some of the comments where we can advocate to other organisations that are not directly our responsibility, like the high-speed rail, and other submitters made comments about the bus services too, but they've been noted and we'll pass them on.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite up to the table Blair Duncan from Capital Football Federation. Welcome, Blair.
This is Todd Bryant, who'll be joining me as well. Apologies, this is my first time presenting, so if the nerves get the better of me.
So I don't know if you've been here for some of the other submitters, but you get 10 minutes as an organisation, but that does, if you want that to include questions, you need to allow time within that 10 minutes.
Okay, no, that's great, thank you. Yeah, of course you will be, Simon, thanks.
And the page for this submission is page 25.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, firstly, I'd just like to thank you all for allowing us the time to talk and represent our submission in person. Also, I'd just like to thank the council staff that we deal with and the sports and the parks team. They're really great. They do a great job and we appreciate all the help they give us. You guys are probably one of, if not the best of the 8 councils that we deal with. Just try to flatter a little bit at the start. But I think that's part of the trouble for us is we have 8 different councils that we need to deal with that operate differently across the region. So I guess just a little background for those that don't know. Obviously Simon and Andy are players and refs in football, which is always handy to have. But we represent football across the Greater Wellington region, so Porirua, Kapiti, Horowhenua, Wairarapa, and obviously Hutt Valley and in Wellington as well. Football, for those that don't know, is sort of outdoor sport played over April to August. I guess the reason I'm saying that is because we also operate futsal as well. So futsal's just come on the scene in the last 5 years and it's grown sort of, if not exponentially, then at least it's some sort of other logarithm or something like that. There's about 6,500 futsal players, and of those 5,000 play in facilities around Wellington, which is primarily ASB. We've got 13,000 registered footballers, and that excludes college, which is about 3,000. Oh, sorry. First wee slip up. Thanks, Todd. So I guess, in some of our very rough arithmetic, we sort of estimate about 5% of Wellington City Council population are involved, either as players in football or futsal. The 4 main things that we wanted to talk about today with you guys were, guys and girls, apologies, the appropriateness of gender-neutral facilities in the region, the lack of visibility and capital expenditure, and around the developments and maintenance, and then the cost model for the artificial turfs, and then also Wellington being one of the only large urban councils that charge for ground fees. So I guess we'll start with the appropriateness of gender-neutral facilities. So around 20% of our participants are female. Obviously, there's not quite as many as we would like, but I think we're working there. We've seen a 3% growth in those numbers over the last couple of years. And particularly with being a host city of the Women's World Cup coming up in 2023, we're expecting big growth in those numbers as well, which will be great. I think when you look around some of the grounds in Wellington, and obviously not just inclusive to Wellington, there's a lot of issues with some of the changing rooms and those sorts of things. Obviously, facilities that were made in the sort of 50s, 60s, but I always think of Karori Park, and there's one, it's a great facility, but there's one big communal shower block down one end, and then there's one other small shower block for one of the teams, and there's 4 fields on that, plus all the junior fields and those sorts of things. So just trying to get more publicity and get the women's game on a parallel to the men's is difficult when the facilities like that are things that we have to deal with. Also over the last couple of seasons, and particularly this season, we've seen a real increase in transgender or people transitioning and non-binary players, and conversations around where they get changed and being a part of the team, and that is actually really difficult for us to answer, given where we kind of play in the facilities that sort of don't have adequate resource for those. So I guess from that, we just want to create an environment where all players feel welcome and they all feel safe to be able to play. And this doesn't include just football. Obviously, it's across the board in terms of sport and other users of those facilities. The second point was just around the lack of capital expenditure and the input we have into it. I just noticed that a couple of the Nuka Ora people joined just as we were about to start, but we had a good meeting about a month ago with all of the different sports hosted by Wellington City Council, which was really good just to sort of say what's happening and what are some of the long-term plans and where things are at, like Granada and those sorts of things. So that was really great for us, but I think more of that and more contribution into those sorts of things so we can discuss with our members and whether we feed back into it or can make some more submissions into annual and long-term plans would be great. So just to give you guys some figures, and they're obviously all in the submission, but we've budgeted over $200,000 for natural and artificial turfs this year in Wellington. The next one is just the cost modelling for artificials. So in 2021, again, we've budgeted $145,000 in Wellington for artificial turfs. Obviously, you know, they're great facilities, and it just means that we can get a lot of games in rain, hail, or shine. But I think one of the things that we've noted is the fees keep going up. And a lot of times the argument is to cover capital expenditure, but if we're paying $145,000, clubs are paying a lot more for trainings, and then obviously other sports are paying that. At what point does that capital expenditure get covered? And then it's just a case of maintenance, which should lower the costs there. And again, that's sort of related to the long-term plans and your other capital expenditure, which might cover this, and there might be good answers, but I guess it's just a case of us knowing what those answers are so we can then go to our members and say, this is why the fees are going up for X, Y, and Z. So we operate I guess the next point is we operate a turf down at Petone Memorial, so we understand the costs associated with those and know how much they do cost. I think, we've sort of budgeted our maintenance around $50,000. We get told that the maintenance for the Wellington turfs is around 80, which is about a 60% difference. So I guess some question marks around the differences there as well. And lastly, for us, it's always a bit of a sticky point, especially when we talk to our friends in Auckland and Christchurch, is just around the ground charges that we do pay. So this year we budgeted $500,000 for venue charges across our region. This includes club trainings and club games that sort of aren't part of competition. It equates to about 50% of the affiliation fee that we charge our members, and they therefore charge their players. And like I say, that cost then just falls back onto the participants for what is becoming an everly increasing sport and sports in general. So I suppose to ask the council, is that something that you've considered in terms of coming in line with those other regions? So in summary, 3 minutes, not too bad. I guess our key points are just investing more money on and off the field in terms of the facilities, changing rooms, showers, toilets, those sorts of things. Provide more clarity and potentially consultation around the long term and the capital expenditure. Review the cost model, particularly around the artificials. And obviously decrease rather than increase, but I'll throw that one in there. And then explore the option of alignment with other large urban councils around the cost of ground charges. Now, obviously, we're very biased towards football, but the facilities that we use are multi-sport facilities. I mean, you look at the likes of Wakefield Park, you can hardly see the artificial turf for all the lines that are on there, for all the sports that are played. So obviously, this wouldn't just benefit us, but it would benefit all sports and activity in the region. And obviously, again, we're biased, but I think that improves the health, the well-being of all of the people in the community, and also makes them strengthen the communities and feel more part of the communities as well, which is something that's obviously very important to us, and something that we feel through sport is probably the best opportunity for those members to do that. So 2 minutes, open it up to questions.
Thank you. Yes, you do. So can we keep the questions quite tight, because there's two. So Councillor Fitzsimons, and then if we have time, Councillor Paul.
Thank you, and thanks for all the work that you do. I've got two keen footballers in my family.
Just let me know what teams, and we can
Island Bay United.
Bookings.
I just wanted to ask about the artificial turf cost model, because you seem to sort of be implying, and it may well be true, and we can explore it, but I just want to understand it from your perspective, that you sort of might be paying more than once for the artificial turf. Do you think that could be what's happening? Because it seems to be that you often get the reasoning around paying for it, and it's, at some stage it has to be paid off and renewed. And are you worried that that's kind of not happening, that you're paying more than once for the same thing, and that's a justification doesn't really fly?
Yeah, I guess once you pay off the capital expenditure, and obviously the renewal is, but it's a lot less than actually building a new turf from scratch.
Yeah, sure.
So if it's just renewal and maintenance, then you'd expect that those fees would possibly come down over time, rather than, I think there's been there's a cost increase for 2022, and I'm sure there will be moving forward. So just, I guess answering some of those
that's an interesting point. Thank you.
helpful.
Thank you. And Councillor Paul.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time at Wakefield Park. My son is
Not you, girl.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's all good. It's all good. Oh, no, you can. Oh, well, I was just going to ask about the field charges. Like, what do you get out of those? And do you think you get, bang for your buck? Or do you reckon they're just a bit not being spent on things that actually need to be done?
Look, I think the work done on the turfs is great, or the fields in general is good. The council, they don't charge for juniors, which is great. That's not the case in some of our other councils, which I guess is to deal with them on. But yeah, I think they're expensive, and particularly the rate on artificials is expensive. The rest of the turfs, you would have seen about $50,000 in Wellington for sort of 20 fields that we use, which is pretty reasonable, we would think. And then the maintenance in Wellington is generally really good on those, with the developments that Alex Moore's just being done. I think Nianville's later this year, possibly early next year. So, and then the likes of, eventually some planning around Granada and things. So happy with the grass and the cost, but I think it's more the artificials where there's the bit of an issue.
I think unfortunately we've run out of time for further questions.
Okay.
But, thank you very much to both of you for coming.
That's great. Thank you.
And really interesting information. All right. So that actually brings us. No, we've got one more. Bryony. Is Bryony here? Oh, sorry. Missed one. Robin. Sorry, from the Tawa Community Board. Robin's and Tawa Community Board submission can be found on page 53. Can you make sure your mic's on? I just had a comment from one of the councillors.
Kia ora koutou.
That's good.
I'll get right into it. A few general comments and then some specifics addressed in our submission. Just like to acknowledge that while obviously some residents will struggle with rates increases of the kind contemplated by this long-term plan, as a board we acknowledge the need for this amount of urgent and large capital investment in our city. There comes a time when we just have to pay the piper. Whether rates is actually the best mechanism for that's another question entirely, but we have to work within the current model. So I would like to commend you as a council and their officers for the hard work done on the long-term plan, acknowledging it's been a tough time. There's been so many challenges, and that was acknowledged in the governance review report, which probably a few Wellingtonians have read, and there were some positive points in there, and that was one of them. So I'd like to acknowledge that publicly, is that this is an achievement, this long-term plan, so thank you. Point number one we make, top of mind, particularly when it starts raining this time of year, for the last 5 years, ever since we've had major flooding events, we would really like assurance that some all but ready to go project, particularly on the main road of Tawa, will actually happen in year one as hoped for by Wellington Water and not be put off any further. We have business owners who are literally jumping in the drains on heavy rain events, so to prevent their businesses being either affected or become uninsurable, and they're over it basically. So that's a major. Cycleway, number 3. We're strongly in support of the Northern Connections package. It's been a priority of a number of our board members, in fact, of a dream, and it would be a dream come true. And it is needed. There's no safe way for a cyclist to get to Johnsonville from Tawa, and that radically reduces the options for the whole flow on. Yes, it could be expensive, but I'm sure there could be options. It doesn't need to follow the road, for example. This is a classic one. There's got to be some creative thinking going there. I'd like to skip to some very specific Tawa things. Point 8. We note in the long-term plan there is what seems to be a tiny amount, some people might say 1 point something million, for upgrading community facilities in Tawa and Linden. The point the board would like to make is that we, have no information about what this covers, so it's pretty hard for us to comment on it. And we would like that information flow to improve. We would like early input coming to the board, and so that we can engage with the community. We simply don't know what those funds are for, so it's very hard to comment on. We've got some interesting ideas tied in with density and long-term planning, and we would like to see council leading the way, basically, looking creatively at council's own, and I've said this before this year to you all, under the draft spatial plan.
I'm on time. Hi.
We do need to look at council facilities. We do need to see how we can lead the way and in partnership. And as an example, I would take, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the best, but Tawa Community Centre, as I understand it, in the 80s was created with a bank as a main tenant, and the bank being the main tenant meant that that was cost neutral as a facility to the council. I might be incorrect on that, but that's my understanding. Something like that going forward, I can imagine a facility in Tawa which replaces ageing community centre perhaps with, say, 2 levels of community council facilities and then several levels of apartments of affordable housing. It could incorporate things such as an EV parking space for shared purposes for the apartment dwellers. It could include the Tawa Community Patrol's EV, which they wish to have in 2 or 3 years' time, will need parking for and somewhere to charge. Those kind of holistic bringing community needs together needs to be modelled by the council. And as a community board, we actually need a bit more information if we're going to help facilitate that. So we have asked for a list of all the council assets in our area, which I have never seen in my time on the board, including their age and their likely upgrade and replacement cycle. We need that kind of information to be able to give significant input into our long-term plan. The other concern we have, I'll note at point 12, we note that the long-term plan currently doesn't really address anything to do with providing for densification effectively. That's been put off until the next iteration of the long-term plan, and we're not sure that's acceptable. Densification is going to happen sooner rather than later, and certainly before the next iteration of the long-term plan. Developers are already looking at what they can do, and we need to be ahead of the game, not behind it, and that will involve some funding of some kind, just simply to get some thinking going, if nothing else. And lastly, I would just like to make the point, this is a very significant program of investment by the council, and I'd just like to reiterate what was said in the governance review report. Probably the least costly but most personally costly thing that needs to happen is that we have positive, proactive leadership around the table. I commend all of you who've been trying to do that, and just encourage you to keep doing that. Personally, as chair of the board, the way I do that is to simply try and focus on what's positive and deal with the negative stuff out of public sight. For what it's worth, that's my pearl of wisdom. I'm happy to answer questions.
We do have a question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. I was just quite alarmed to hear you say that businesses are jumping in the drains. Can you explain that?
This is the flooding.
Yeah, so we have a section of road which was extremely badly flooded in 2016. A number of businesses along there, and there was tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage caused. And obviously, these programs to upgrade something of that nature does take time, and one of the holdups at the moment is simply getting permission through private property. So we acknowledge that. What we're saying is that because these things take a long time, we really do need that particular project, the assurance of the funding to be in year one, as in it's got to go ahead this year.
So did you mean metaphorically or actually?
No,
can you just explain that?
They are
Can you just
literally
Can you just explain
They are
it?
literally so afraid of the effect of a high rainfall event that they are jumping in the drains and clearing them out, because that's what they perceive is needed to allay their fears. It was. For those of you who weren't aware of what happened in Tawa in 2016, there was significant flooding in places that had never been flooded before and some that had, but it was huge. You know, there were, and we acknowledge Wellington Water has addressed some of them already. We don't want school kids being kayaked out of their classrooms.
So were they jumping to make the water?
Going into the, getting down in there and with implements and various things and trying to clear things up so the water could actually flow through.
Right, okay, thanks.
Yeah, some of the problem.
All right. Thank you for explaining.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of, doing what we do. You kind of have to become a water engineer.
Are there other questions? That was really helpful. Thank you, and especially the enlightenment about how dire the flooding situation is. Thank you. And thank you for coming. Right. Now, is Bryony here? Yes. Good. Right. Okay. We have Mark instead. Lovely. And David. Lovely. From the Berrinpool Community Association, so you do have 10 minutes, and as has been explained, that's including questions. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Mark toku ingoa, ko Hekeretari o Berrinpool Community Association. And I didn't know David would be joining me, would have introduced him properly, but this is David Lloyd, who lives in Berrinpool Village and is on our committee. So yeah, we're quite a small community association and a quite small, friendly little suburb in the Southern Ward, nestled between Newtown and Island Bay. And we tend not to make submissions on behalf of our community because we have lots of different opinions on things. So we focus on empowering our community to come and give submissions to council directly if they can, because it's possible to do so via lots of different ways. And council, to their credit, have been great coming out to meetings in our wonderful community centre over the years. And that's led to a community who are actually quite actively engaged in trying to make Berrinpool better for all the residents who live there. And that's why we're here today, to talk about a particular topic that's dear to the hearts of quite a lot of people in our community. I'll start by actually going back 1 year before I was born in, and I'll give away my age, 1984. And this is from a City Council document that we pulled out of our archives. And it's in relation to the traffic situation in Berrinpool Village, and that's going to be the thrust of my talk today. And so in 1984, residents said, "I find it awkward to get across. My son was knocked over on that road by Britomart Street. They should enforce the speed limit, otherwise there is no solution." Another one, "Yes, it's very narrow by the bottle store. It's no longer there. What we need are those pedestrian lights." And finally, "Shocking, lethal. Traffic doesn't slow down at all. I've seen some nasty accidents there, especially with children and the elderly. My own child was knocked down there. We need lights." And so Berrinpool Village does have lights now, so thank you very much, Wellington City Council. Must have been in the 80s that you added pedestrian and traffic lights in our village. The speed was still pretty high through there and is still high through there today. So council came out to Berrinpool again in 2014. Is that 30 years later? Just checking my own age again. Yep, and that's 1 year before I arrived in Wellington, and you started a citizens advisory panel with a group of people in our community and in Newtown, exploring the options for a Newtown-Berrenpore cycle route. There were several follow-up engagement sessions in 2018 and again in 2019. And by 2019, you'd established that right across the Paikawakawa community, there was a real desire to improve the space that was Berrenpore City Village Centre. And two of the themes that were picked out were, and this was 70% of responders, I think 38% said that there was a need to reduce the traffic speed and danger through the village, and 31% wanted to make it more of a space for people to come and meet together and congregate. Now, luckily in recent years, we've had a couple of new businesses arrive in Berrenpore, which is Sprig and Fern and the Kawakawa Eatery. And they're great places to visit, so you should come and try them if you get a chance when you're in a suburb. But it's also bookended by two schools, the village, and we see lots of kids trying to get to school through that area. I mean, lots of local residents know that it's kind of a bad time to be on the pavements around 3 p.m. near Swiss because, the kids on scooters kind of go where they want, when they want, and it'd be good if they had a bit of a space to do that safely. But anyway, and so I think if you may have read my submission already, but I did put some examples so some of the problems I'll just draw out. So I'm not sure which might be the most pedestrian-friendly suburb in Wellington in terms of the centre. However, Berrenpore might be up there with the least friendly. It has two sets of traffic lights, which are kind of phased for green, so lots of drivers go through at speed. There's also a hill exiting and entering the suburb on the northern side, so lots of drivers either like to come down the hill at speed or accelerate up the hill at speed. If you're going to try and cross the road in the village, you need to use at least 2 pedestrian crossings to get across what is quite a small road, really. And it's pretty terrible for riding through on a bike unless you're confident. And there's little or no enforcement of that 30-kilometre zone, which, well, thank you for adding, but it's not very well adhered to. Some other examples of little suburban centres around the place. I've just picked out the other two in our wards. So you might say that maybe Berrenpore is on an arterial and it needs some traffic flow through it. It needs to be having high volume of traffic through going at speed. However, Island Bay is on the same road effectively. It has some raised crossings. It has some speed bumps. So the number 1 bus does get to bump over those bumps in Island Bay, and then it gets a straight run through Berrenpore as fast as it likes. Also Newtown, well, that should be 30k, so that's another topic for debate. But at least it has pedestrian refuges in the middle of the road, so if you're crossing the street, you can sort of do half of it and then do half again. And so, finally, recent feedback from councils we talked to officers suggests that the Berrenpore Village Centre may be rolled into Let's Get Wellington Moving. And so there's a reluctance to make changes sooner. And so I noted there's been a recent successful petition to change things on Thorn and Quay. So I started a petition yesterday, or it went live yesterday, should I say. And David was our 68th signatory of that petition just now. So yeah, in 24 hours, that's pretty good going. And so I'll leave you with that. So kia ora, Mayor, councillors and democratic services, and any party.
Thank you. It's really interesting. Can I just say what was it, your petition is about speed, or is it about improving the...
It's about those 2 key themes. So it's about the first theme, which was making it more friendly for people in Berrenpore Village, and also the second theme was reducing traffic speed and danger.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just thought it was useful to clarify that. And for those who are wondering, the page number for this is 57. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I hadn't appreciated that Newtown Connections consultation started in 2014. Yep. And as you know, Councillor Freund and I have been really trying hard to get the Berrenpore Town upgrade progressing. And I just wondered if you could give us an insight into how frustrating it is for the community to be consulted on things sometimes years ago and then see them stall or not come to fruition or sort of disappear off the radar.
Yeah, that was a key theme in the Facebook post I did last night to try and get some signatures on the petition. There was a lot of people saying, "Oh, haven't we been through this already? Have we told you this already?" And actually, the former secretary of Berrenport passed the baton on to me because she'd been involved in some of those working groups, and she just didn't seem to think that there was anything happening. So it was quite frustrating for our community.
So are you saying that you've lost people who are involved in the community association because of their frustration with council?
Yeah, we kind of COVID hit, and also there was a bit of frustration about the lack of things going on. So yeah.
That Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Mark, thank you. Thank you for the description being bookended by the schools, but could you just give councillors some idea of what the pedestrian flow is like in the way that they need to get across the road to the schools, the main intersections?
Yeah, and David, you can chip in because you live in the village as well, but yeah, so the kids tend to come from Swiss down Rintle Street onto Luxford Street, and that's near the end of the village, and they would be going south towards Island Bay because it's a bigger school, so there's a wider catchment. And then we've got Berrenport School, which is, I think, is a primary, and so that's actually some improvements have gone in on Britomart Street, so thank you, Council, for that. That's slowed down traffic on that street, that's great. But the Adelaide Road is the main arterial, and that goes past the street. So, yeah, there are risks there. And also that crossing Britomart to Adelaide has only got 3 sides to it. So kids who want to go across the road on that side can't, or anyone who wants to go across the road on that side has to go around 3 crossings to get where they need to go. So, yeah.
I see.
Yeah, just also the heavy traffic flow. I think this will be good to understand the truck movements. Just, yeah, is that something you could
I can
enlighten
speak
us
to
on?
that. We've had a great deal of work in the outlying area up at Wakefield Hospital and so forth, so a great deal of dump trucks coming through Newtown. But they don't come through slow. I was in the trucking industry for 25 years. I know how fast trucks go. They come through at up to 65 kilometres an hour. The main problem is just speed. That's really what it comes down to, and a lot of the trucks go round on a red arrow going to the right. I personally have seen nearly 3 mothers run over with their children, so close. It was unbelievable. I've said to both my councillors, at some point people are going to be killed, and I think there's going to be a lot of questions asked because, Mark, I didn't realise this all goes back to 1984, but it's been a lot of talking for a great deal of time, and it's a narrow road, that's agreed. There's not a lot of room, but there's a lot of people, there's a lot of children. You just need to reduce the speed.
Thank you. I think that's obviously a very key message, and we look forward to receiving your petition in due course. So thank you, Mark and David.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Right, well, we actually do have a short break. We're running a tiny bit behind time, and I'm worried about us continuing to run behind time. So we will resume at, it will be a short break, we'll resume at 22. Just time for a stretch and a Adam and Sam from the Hospitality New Zealand Association, so thank you. So, thank you, and, oh, sorry.
Jeremy Smith.
Okay.
And Sam McKinnon.
So, as an organisation, you get 10 minutes, and that does need to include questions if you wish to have them.
The need for the differential. About targeted rate. Let's get really moving. this money.
Thank you. Can I just check those figures again? So it was 10K for the downtown levy, and did you say?
71.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I do have some questions. Councillor Fitzsimons, you've had quite a few, so I'm actually going to go to Councillor Young and then Councillor O'Neill.
Jeremy, thank you. So I've got a couple of questions. So in places like Melbourne, the laneways have been hugely successful because of some of the fantastic restaurants down there. Why hasn't that model worked, or why isn't that model working in Wellington? I'm just thinking of things like pickle and pie, you know, which is, of course, we've moved away from that area, but that's been very successful, I believe. But why do you think that they don't work in Wellington?
5.5 million people.
Ghastly furniture in the middle, I think.
think the other thing is people.
So now a totally different question, which is, by the way, I am single-handedly doing my best to prop up the hospo business. I think I'm out for dinner almost every night because I'm currently don't have a kitchen. Yeah, it's been fantastic. So the other one is, I went to a restaurant recently which had a few people sitting in it, and they said they couldn't take us. We said, but why are the restaurants empty? And they said, because we don't have enough cooks. So this is the problem, is it, of the immigration thing? How big is that? How big an effect is that having?
Massive.
Okay. We'll take a note of that one, but it's not something we can do anything about. But
it reflects on their economic performance,
okay.
And that affects their ability to pay rate.
So our head chefs are doing 75 hours a week.
Okay. I'm sorry to have to stop you, but we have run out of time and we'll take a note of that concern. It's not one the council can deal with, but we're happy to pass on. Okay, thank you very much to both of you for coming, and it's been very interesting. I've taken some notes. Thank you. I would now like to invite up Ramil Adhikari, hopefully, from the Wellington branch of the Public Health Association. The submission is on page 72. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Ramil from Public Health Association Wellington branch. I'm a chairperson for Wellington branch. And Public Health Association is, we are just a collective voice for the social determinants of health, as well as we are also the voice for influencing policy in local level. Also, we do some work for national level as well, but here in Wellington in a local level. So we did have written submission including 7 points. You might have seen it. So we have today who is talking in very brief form, Gail Duncan. Gail is a active member of Public Health Association, and she is also a member of FAN's Executive Council. So I'll leave it to her for her introduction and as well as for her brief discussion into it. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity for the Wellington branch of the Public Health Association to speak, and thank you for the introduction, Ramil. I'm going to move on to the critical importance of local government for public health being recognised in the Health Act 1956, Section 23, which states that it is the duty of every local authority to improve, promote and protect public health within its district. It is with this in mind that the Wellington branch of the Public Health Association considered 6 of the 7 decisions, excluding Decision 5, Civic Precinct Council office buildings, and would ask the WCC to add 2 further issues crucial to public health to the 2020-2030 plan. Those 2 additional issues being adequate housing and alcohol harm. Now, briefly, our recommendations are Decision 1, the 3 waters. PHA Wellington supports none of the 3 options proposed, as none of them satisfactorily address the urgent need to ensure safe drinking water and protect the environment. Wellington City Council owns the infrastructure and is responsible for provision of infrastructure suitable for the purpose of distribution, collection and treatment of drinking water, wastewater and stormwater. Given the current situation, none of the proposed options provide the investment necessary to upgrade Wellington City's infrastructure for the needs of the current or future generations. Combining town planning, urban development, environmental protection and the rehabilitation and development of infrastructure considered together would provide a better basis for planning and determining capital investment and ongoing maintenance expenditure. and factor in the cost benefits of healthy population free of waterborne diseases and confident with the security of infrastructure into the future. This is a 150-year plan you're being challenged with. Our recommendation is to integrate the thinking between urban densification and the three waters. The required improvement in existing services allows funding to be used with double effectiveness by improving supply for the expected population increase as well as replacement of ageing infrastructure that doesn't have the capability to service increased demand. This would require significant upfront investment, but we note that the central government funding is available through the Three Waters Reform Programme to support such work. Decision 3, cycleways. PHA Wellington supports option 4, the accelerated full programme, which will deliver public health benefits over the other options considered. Option 4 will get more people, more active, more often, improve road safety, improve children's and teens' independence, and reduce reliance on private vehicles by improving access to public transport and, of course, to walking and cycling, and will contribute to the realisation of Wellington City Council's zero carbon goal. Options 1, 2 and 3 do not go far enough or fast enough to bring about the change at the needed pace. Option 4, rapid expansion of Wellington's cycling infrastructure must be top priority. Decision 4, climate action. PHA Wellington supports option 3, fully funding the Te Atakura First to Zero Action Plan, because climate change is considered the greatest public health challenge of our time, and rapid action to reduce emissions is vital to human survival. The inclusion of Manawa Whenua on the Te Atakura steering group is also recommended. However, iwi are not simply another stakeholder, and the relationship needs to be intentional and a genuine Te Tiriti o Waitangi partnership. Decision 6, Central Library. PHA Wellington supports option 1. Strengthen now by temporarily exceeding the debt limit. Reopening the Central Library is vital to support wellbeing and social inclusion for all. We thoroughly commend the Council in its decision to back high-level remediation of the Central Library, which protects the building from future shocks, ensures a high-quality and adaptable library service, and using the existing and very much appreciated building. Any moves to privatisation measures for the funding for the rebuild must continue to be rejected. We strongly support the latest decision by the Council to overturn and vote against privatisation measures, as privatisation puts access to the public asset of our library and its services at risk. Decision 7. Well, this was really good, we felt, what you've presented here. Sludge and waste minimisation. Wellington PHA supports option 4, sludge minimisation through alternate funding, since this option aligns with the sustainability goals. Option 4, if done properly, could be economically self-sustaining as well as environmentally friendly and remove a significant pathway for pathogens to enter residential environments. In addition, we raised 2 issues of community concern and public health importance that are not currently part of the Council's long-term plan: housing and addressing alcohol harm. We argue that failure to include these in the 10-year plan will harm Wellingtonians. Housing. Healthy homes advance great physical and emotional well-being. Conversely, low quality housing and a lack of housing, people living in cars or couch surfing, contribute to medical conditions like persistent infections, respiratory illness, rheumatic fever, tuberculosis and mental health problems, to name a few. Children are particularly vulnerable to the health effects of poor housing, with hundreds of Wellington children hospitalised each year with preventable conditions. We acknowledge the Wellington City Council for its role as a significant provider of social housing in our city. Due to the current housing crisis, we recommend that the Council increases investment in safe and healthy social housing emergency accommodation, and of course maintaining housing standards into the future. Addressing alcohol harm. Much of the crime and disorder in the central city is alcohol fuelled. There is growing New Zealand and international evidence that reducing the density of liquor outlets and the hours that alcohol is available can reduce violence. We strongly urge the Council to adopt a local area plan with a cap on outlets and ideally a sinking lid, especially of off licences, and to use the functions and duties of the District Licensing Committee to act in the public interest and improve participation of communities in the alcohol licensing process. To conclude, the Wellington branch of the Public Health Association is keen to work closely with the Wellington City Council and would welcome any suggestions on how we could indeed undertake that, on key priorities for maintaining public health, which include safe drinking water supply, for which we have proposed a different option for the Council to consider. Overall, we support the Community Outcomes Framework, the 6 priority objectives for the coming 3 years, and much needed emphasis on infrastructure development and investment. We urge the Council to adopt the Wellington branch PHA amendments to the plan and to include housing and alcohol-related harm in the plan to ensure the best outcomes for our city into the future. Thank you.
That was really fulsome, thank you. And I think we probably don't have time for questions, but I'd just like to remind people that it's on page 72 so that we can have another look at our leisure, because there was a lot in that. Yeah. But thank you very much. It's been very clear. Thank you. I'd now like to invite up to the table, please, Phil Gibbons from Nuku Ora. And Phil's Nuku Ora's submission is on page 82. There is 10 minutes.
Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa, tēnei te mihi kia koutou. Thanks for the opportunity to submit once again against your long-term plan. We support the proposed projects that your council is wanting to progress in the areas of physical activity. And by physical activity, I'm referencing play, active recreation, active transport and sport. We've looked at those proposals and plans through a physical activity lens, including around how Wellington can become an active city where movement is integrated into everyday life. And in particular, I'm referring to your plans for cycleways, the earthquake strengthening of community sport infrastructure, and the Granada North Hub responding to its growth. We welcome the recent engagement with the sector run by Wellington City Council's Park, Sport and Recreation team. We'd like to see more of these help to address and build understanding about the sector and the challenges that you as a council face in our sector. The cost to run and participate in sport especially remains a significant concern for the sector. Continual fee increases, increasing inequity in the ability to pay, heightened of course by the impact of COVID-19 and the events of last year, and a shrinking and highly competitive revenue pool are real challenges to all organisations both in your city and across the wider region. Increasing fees and access to quality facilities are key issues for the entire sector. There is a tipping point for fee increases where the cost of sport puts it out of reach for a number of people in a number of different communities. I know you're going to hear that message over the next couple of days, and in particular you'll hear that message from cricket, football and I'm hoping rugby league, because this is a message that is real and facing the community who deliver sport in particular in your city. Our funding request that is attached to our submission for the LTP is focused on spaces and places. The Regional Spaces and Places Facilities Plan, for another name, was signed off by the region's mayors in December of 2019. The plan provides a strategic framework for joint decision-making about facilities deemed regional, national and international, while also advocating for local planning at city and district levels that consider the broader regional network of facilities. While implementation of the plan began in early 2020, progress has been slowed by, of course, the impact that we've had across or as a result of COVID-19. A dedicated resource to support the implementation of the region's Spaces and Places plan is one of the at-risk roles in our new structure at Nuku Ora. Hence this proposal to consider a shared role across the region's council and Nuku Ora. The proposal seeks consideration by each of the region's councils to support a regional facilities advisor role, which would be housed and managed by Nuku Ora. The purpose of the role is to guide the implementation of the Wellington Region Spaces and Places plan through working alongside local authority partners, investors and user groups. It's to provide a regional view on the facility developments, ensuring that new facility developments and redevelopments are aligned to the principles identified in the regional plan. To provide support and advice to facility development partners to ensure regional plan outcomes are met. And lastly, it's there to work alongside your council staff and provide support to their work, including connecting with the sector and Sport New Zealand on facility matters. Additionally, it's proposed that progress reports from this role, from the work guided by the Spaces and Places plan, would be provided to this council on a regular basis. We are asking for your consideration of a contribution of $39,000 on an annual basis for the next 3 years. To give that some context, it's interesting that some of the data I drew on over the last 12 months would have seen Nuku Ora, or Sport Wellington as it was known at that particular time, directly invest $102,000 into the sport and rec space through this council. Indirectly, it has seen Nuku Ora, or Sport Wellington as it was, indirectly into the city direct a further $314,000. It is a statistic that we are very proud of in a sense that it is enabling particularly those communities that are missing out to start to engage, whether it be in recreation, play or sport. For us, the request is a pretty simple one. If we're going to enable better management of facilities both now and the future through a regional lens, the Spaces and Places role from a Nuku Ora perspective is essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we do have a question from Councillor Day.
Kia ora, thanks Phil for coming to share with us today. You mentioned earlier in your submission that there's a tipping point, and I just wanted to ask, have we reached the tipping point? Are we getting close? What's your perspective on that?
I guess if I was trying to make as an objective assessment as I can on that, then my comment would be is we are wobbling at the top and could go either way. If we were to go one particular way, it's the way or the direction that would see more people missing out on opportunities. It's, the last time I sat here in front of this council, we were talking about Class 4 funding. The reality, until we find another solution to invest in the social benefits that sport, active recreation and play bring to our community, then we're going to remain in that place. Most regional sports organisations would describe themselves as lean or leaner. There's nobody who would describe themselves as being in a strong position financially.
The other question I just wanted to ask you was around participation, and my observation in communities is that more people are choosing to play sport as a recreation option rather than wanting to be in the competitive area. Is that, what trends are you seeing with that? Is that definitely changing, and how we should consider that needs to change, doesn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, for some people, they would describe running around in a green space with a ball, playing a game that they've designed, and they manage themselves as being sport. Others would look at that and describe it as being a recreation activity. So the way people perceive sport is different. One of the most significant factors that impacted our organisation going through an identity change and a change in our brand was that everybody we met with immediately had a view that this organisation was focused on sport, and in that case in particular on organised sport. If I had to break up the work that we do in your community on your behalf, about a third of the work we do is in the sports space. The rest of it is across active recreation, health, and play. So that was kind of the background, but that's the situation we find ourselves in.
Thank you, and thank you for adapting to that. It's really encouraging to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, and we have a question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks for all that. I'm just interested in the $39,000 that you're asking for around a regional facilities advisor, and just whether that was sort of envisaged in the regional spaces and places facilities plan, or whether it envisaged using people who already are employed in the various organisations responsible. And also be interested in any discussions you've had with our officers and any indication you've had from them.
Yep. So if I perhaps, Fleur, go to the top end first. So this is clearly a request that we have of all councils in the region. Ultimately, it is all councils via initially their chief executives, but then their mayors who have signed up to the regional spaces and places plan. We have tried to provide the backbone support to that internally through an existing role. We don't have the capacity to do it, nor do we necessarily have the skill sets or experience. So this is the person who can sit above the work that your officials do with their clear focus on Wellington City and inside the boundaries of Wellington City, and raise it another level up and look to where those perhaps sub-regional, in one case, Hutt Valley, lower and upper Hutt, looking at something together rather than independently. But more importantly, from a regional perspective, someone who can sit up there and enable a regional lens. I always recall the story, Fleur, when I first arrived in this role. I arrived to a request from 3 councils who were seeking funding to build 3 indoor velodromes.
We are quite short of time, so they'll need to. Oh, right, you've made that point. Good. I was just wondering quite how long
those behaviours are still there.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, thank you very much. That's been very useful. Thank you. So we're moving on now to Jessie. Is Jessie here? Thank you, Jessie. As an individual, you're going to have 5 minutes. It will go fast.
I'm sure it will. Hi, everybody. Tēnā koutou. Thank you very much for hearing me today. My name is Jesse Matthews, obviously. I'm a local Wellington resident. I'm from Whangarei originally, but have chosen to make Wellington my home for the past 20 years or so. So I put in a submission on the long-term plan. I'm broadly in support of the plan. I think it's a good plan, but in some areas I believe low-carbon transport is not heavily prioritised enough. In particular, I'd like to just take this time to make a couple of points in support of Cycleways Investment Option 4, the full accelerated Cycleways program. Number 1, climate change. That old fun thing. Basically, my generation is facing a catastrophe in the next couple of decades unless we make really far-reaching, brave, rational decisions now. The window for decision-making and opportunities to change the course of these events is about 10 years, and it's getting shorter every day. The area where the rubber meets the road in terms of making the decisions is right in front of us. It is at these sort of, local planning sessions where the decisions about where the investment goes, which will really determine the course of whether we rise to this challenge or not. So the Wellington City Council declared a climate emergency 2 years ago, which I applaud it for, but where is the action? If this council actually believed that we're in an emergency, we would be seeing really wide sweeping incentives and action being put in place right away. We would see, free public transport. We'd been seeing emergency pop-up bike lanes everywhere. We'd be seeing huge taxes on petrol. We'd be pulling all the possible levers we possibly could to get people into low carbon transport right away. So my question to you is, why aren't we doing this more broadly? And more narrowly, why is option 4, the accelerated investment to get a proper cycle network in place, why is that not the default option rather than this, kick the can down the road, let's get it done one of these days eventually? I'd also like to make the point that a cycle network, the benefit of a cycle network comes from its network effects. We would never dream of building a road from point A to point B without connecting it up to the wider road network in the country. So this is the approach we're taking to cycleways at the moment. We're building a cycleway that lasts a block or two, and may be great and well designed in itself, but really we will not be getting really 90% of the benefits of this network until it's connected up and actually becomes a network. So this delayed, slow investment is a really, really inefficient way of spending taxpayer money because its return period is forever pushed out until such time as the network is actually complete and functioning as a network. Number 3, bikes are a proven technology. They require no great amounts of energy, no new technology, no rare earth minerals, nothing like that. We have the technology, we know how to do it, it's basic. It is the most carbon and energy efficient method of transporting people known to physics. We know from studies overseas that up to 30% of trips can be made by bikes when the infrastructure is safe and well functioning, and there's absolutely no reason why we can't have that in Wellington in 10 years' time. There are other benefits to cycling, obviously, as other submitters have pointed out this afternoon, from social, economic, health benefits. The safety thing is a huge concern. People are dying and getting injured on Wellington roads on bikes every week. That alone should be a compelling enough reason for the full accelerated investment program, let alone all the other urgent things pointing in that direction. I noted that overseas and in Auckland now, legal action's been taken towards councils to get them to force councils to basically meet their commitments that they've already made for climate change. We're seeing that in Auckland now, we haven't yet seen that in Wellington, but let's get going on this, and so it doesn't get to that point here. And finally, I'd just like to point out that I am working as an architect on a new apartment building on a rather unloved stretch of Adelaide Road at the moment, where myself and 24 Wellington families are putting in over $20 million of our own money to build a beautiful apartment building where we can live in the city, not rely on cars. We've got very few car parks, but lots and lots of bike parks. So we are really putting our money where our mouth is in terms of investing in the future of a low-carbon, beautiful, sustainable Wellington, and we really hope that this council will too. Thank you. Thank you.
That was incredibly
Sorry, I haven't left much time
well
for questions.
presented. Thank you very much. I don't think there is any time for question, but I'd just like to remind people that we actually haven't got a page number. I'm really sorry. But we can find the page reference where you are in a minute to make sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah.
We got to eventually, right? That's what I figured. Thanks, guys.
Okay, I'd like to welcome, please, Cricket Wellington, Matt Wills.
Cool. Good afternoon, councillors. This is a new experience for me, so bear with me as I potentially stumble my way through this. First and foremost, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Cricket Wellington regarding the council's long-term plan. The ability to engage with local government is a vital part of our democracy, and we're grateful for the opportunities that we get as Cricket Wellington and, of course, the wider community. I'm conscious that you will have had a busy couple of days in terms of listening to people speak, so it's my commitment to keep within the allocated time, and I will not be going over. So, chaired by experienced sports administrator David Hellman and led by CEO Cam Mitchell and GM Liz Green, it is Cricket Wellington's commitment to create outstanding experiences for the people of Wellington. We do this through the administration, promotion and development of cricket within the wider region, with over 8,000 regular participants, 110 schools engaged, and a nearly 10% increase on participation from 2019-20 to 2020-21. It was a season to remember for community cricket. Let's not forget the Super Smash final down at our beloved Basin Reserve. The Wellington Firebirds had a fantastic win in front of 5,500 Wellingtonians, which still stands as the highest domestic crowd this country's seen, so we're pretty stoked with that. However, the one thing we're most proud of is the removal of affiliation fees last year. So Cricket Wellington, like the gentleman before us, put our money where our mouth was, and we took a $200,000 hit to ease that financial burden on our clubs, on our community, to ensure that moving forward they could afford to continue delivering cricket to our communities. In a nutshell, we wanted to give them the opportunity to invest more money in coaching and player development and participation opportunities. The Wellington City Council continues to play a key role in the success of New Zealand summer sport, Wellington summer sport, and we want to say thanks. We've earned frequent flyer miles with some of the staff on the ground, and they answer our questions and help us out constantly. The playing facilities in our region continue to improve, and that's down to the hard work of some of the contractors and contracts in place. And this doesn't go unnoticed. A lot of our stakeholders give us feedback. They give us the good and the bad. When there is bad feedback, generally we are able to pass that on, which we do appreciate, and it is often resolved. The ongoing strategic investment in community sport is fantastic. The Wairoa Hub out in Johnsonville, that was open for our grand final of club cricket, so that was absolutely wonderful for the community. Hundreds of people from A, the Johnsonville community, but B, the wider Hutt community who made the trip in, the Wellington City community got to experience that facility. So again, thank you. We're looking forward to watching that venue evolve as well as many more throughout the region. 21-22 promises to be a bumper summer. As you know, we've got the Women's Cricket World Cup here. We've got 7 games, and it is something we can't wait for. It's the Basin Reserve is looking to pitch you. As a cricket fan, I'm fizzing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to create a legacy for women's sport, for participants, and for our fans. And we couldn't be more thrilled. This exciting opportunity doesn't mean everything else stops. All our core deliverables continue, as well as renewed focus on youth cricket, which is our problem area, and female cricket, which we want to see continue on the up. That's alongside the likes of player pathways, coaching, umpire development. Cricket for us begins at the grassroots, and that is, in a nutshell, why I'm here. So I'm going to move on to what you can do for us, hopefully. Cricket Wellington developed a facility strategy in 2018, and thanks must firstly go to you for helping us mobilise that strategy. The investment is ongoing. To ensure this coming season a success, we'd request that you consider the following priorities. Just continuing to ensure our communities have access to an adequate number of turf and artificial facilities. Our numbers are continuing to grow, and we're not far from breaking point, so we need to really keep an eye on that. Continue to maintain a minimum standards for our facilities. We've got a working document that we work with council on, which is great, and partner with us to continue to identify where facilities maintenance and upkeep is required. We'd also like to implore the council to maintain ground fees at the existing level. This year we cannot, as an organisation, afford to sustain free affiliation, so we will be returning that to our club members. The affiliation fees will be returned to the 2019-20 levels. We're not just hiking it on them. So again, we implore that you do what you can to help maintain cricket and sport more generally as something that is affordable for Wellingtonians. We still struggle in our low decile areas. It's not just us, it's a lot of our sports. And if we continue, or not let's say continue, if it becomes more expensive in those areas, it's only going to get harder, no matter how much we try. As I said, I'd keep well within my time limit, so just really quickly, thanks again for supporting cricket and sport in the Wellington region. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to it, and of course, hit me with any questions you've got. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping to brief.
Plenty of time.
Now, I don't know if we have any questions. Do we have some questions?
Fantastic. Sorry.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Matt, thank you. And I wasn't really a cricket fan until you come in the room. So there you go. I'm in. But I guess the challenge is hearing particularly about young people, coming into the sport and struggling in low decile areas. So, yeah, I guess, so you're asking council to just try and keep the fees at the minimum. But I guess the question is there any way, have you thought about other ways to try and engage to help low decile areas? For example, a buy one, give one, or just any kind of marketing
Yeah,
just to bring that lens in?
So one thing we've pushed really hard last season, and we've partnered with the Wellington City Mission, is likes of community sports banks. It's about creating a more wholesome experience. It's not just about getting these kids out to play cricket. It's about getting the whole family down. It's about having a barbecue. It's about having some gear they can get their hands on. So by keeping the affiliation fees ground fees at a level that's sustainable for us, it's going to allow us to invest money elsewhere, and low decile is vital for us. We're very good as cricket, and I don't mean to be too cynical of us, but as a whole system, existing in our current spaces and not trying to branch out. And that's something that we, as Cricket Wellington, see as really important. We can't just continue to service a particular demographic.
Thank you. Okay, can you please make it brief? Because we're about to have a break, and I think we actually need it, so.
Yeah, sure. I was interested in your comments about making it more wholesome. So there have been some issues around, so gender issues, maybe alcohol use too, and I guess just wondering if there's some culture change going on.
There is, and like a few other sports, we did have some, for lack of a better term, unpleasant issues around sport last year, and when it came to things like racism, we acted really swiftly to try and remove that. Gender is a really tough one in the sense that a lot of our facilities aren't up to scratch to be gender neutral. So that's something I'm going to throw back at you guys and say, can we find a way to continue to work on that? Because cricket is, by and large, I don't have the number right in front of me, but it's 90% male in this region, but 10% is still a fair chunk of people. It's still 1,000 participants. And for a long time, they have been cast aside, and it's an intimidating environment. So what we can do to create gender neutral or separate facilities, yeah, please. Massive.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for that. It's been
thank you very much.
Really good to hear from you. Thank you. Look, I think, I don't know about the rest of you, but I certainly need a break and a stretch, and I think we do need actually to take 10 minutes. Now, so can we please resume at 20 to 4? to resume and call to the table the Wellington Regional Healthy Housing Organisation, represented by Amanda. Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I'm from the Wellington Regional Healthy Housing Group, and some of you already know about us. Thank you, Councillor Matthews and Councillor Fitzsimons, for your input to our group at various points. And Wellington City Council officers have been a very core part of the group since its founding in a couple of years ago. So the group just very briefly brings together about 50 organisations from central government, local government, all of the local councils, research organisations, community-based organisations, health providers, industry representatives. And their intent is to work collaboratively to see everyone in the Wellington region living in warm, dry, safe housing by 2025. So that's sort of what drives us. I note that your long-term plan recognises the central role of housing for a thriving community. So priority objectives number 2 and 5 highlight the importance of affordable, resilient and safe housing and the development of low-carbon buildings. Our submission wants to highlight 4 things the council, did highlight 4 things the council can do around improving the health of existing buildings and a couple of things around affordable and high-performing new buildings. So raising the quality of housing, I think, contributes to a whole set of outcomes that are consistent with where you're trying to go with the long-term plan, including improved affordability of housing costs. So that's both in terms of the ongoing living costs as well as affordable house ownership. Reduction of carbon emissions, improved physical and mental health, obviously the really major one that we're focused on for people living in homes, and we're particularly concerned about the high number of children in New Zealand that end up in hospital from preventable housing-related illnesses. It's completely unacceptable in a country like ours, and those numbers are significantly higher for Māori and Pacific children, so 3.7 times the rates for Māori and Pacific children. That's completely unacceptable and equity issue. And the positive impact on employment and school attendance. So the research from ECA out of the Warmer Kiwi Homes program, just looking at the impact of putting in installation in homes, found 23% reduction in school absences and 39% improvement in employment participation. So that's, those are really major changes from putting insulation in your house, and I think it's really important that we recognise that this has broad impacts across the financial side, the wellbeing side, and community participation side. And we do recognise Wellington City Council's got a demonstrated commitment to supporting improved energy efficiency and householder health outcomes through upgrades to your council managed social housing that I know is ongoing, and looking for money. The Home Energy Saver program that you run with Sustainability Trust, who is a core member of our group, and heating and insulation subsidy programs. So we're urging the council to build on this through some additional measures. Some of the actions that we've recommended include having performance standards recorded on, certified performance standards recorded on LIMS. So that's, for example, HomeStar, HomeFit, passive house certification. So that's as an incentive for people to get the work done and get that certified, so that when people are looking at buying houses, that can increase the value of those homes and add that market incentive and start to put on people's radars that this is a thing. Establishing a voluntary targeted rate. We talked about that the Greater Wellington Council has had one in place. It has a fairly limited range of things that it supports. So there's a range of other work that a voluntary targeted rate can support. And the real advantage of that, I guess, is for homeowners, whether they be landlords or people living in their own homes. One of the big barriers sometimes to getting this work done is that there's a big upfront cost. And if you don't know whether you're going to stay in your home or own your home for the next 15 years, which is kind of the time frame that these measures start to pay off in terms of energy bills and health, then that can be a barrier. And it can be a big barrier for people on low incomes who may own their own home but do not have any reserve money to do anything. So upfront targeted rates are a way of then amortising that cost, so paying off that cost over those 15 years instead of all up front, and also being able to pass it on with the house, so that if you do sell the house, the person who inherits it sort of pays part of that cost. So I wanted to mention that one of the things the group has been doing is working with an initiative to introduce the possibility of a model for voluntary targeted rates called Pact Finance, which relies on private funding. So it takes the the job away from council of funding that, and that being included in council's debt considerations, and also allows for the possibility of a third-party administration, so taking that administration burden and risk out of council as well. It's called Pact Finance. Letters have gone to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Local Government about looking into a feasibility study for this, and I think that's of interest to councils around New Zealand, so Wellington City Council has been part of that conversation, certainly at the officer level. Two other recommendations are shared with Sustainability Trust, and they're going to come in about an hour, I think, and speak to you, so I won't go into too much detail. One is around expanding the Home Energy Saver program. So I think Wellington City Council and Hutt City Council are the two councils in this region who are leading on having this service available to ratepayers, and it has a significant impact. The Eco Design Advisor, which is a similar role that Hutt City Council has, and there are a few around the country, found that about 80% of people who use that service made some change to their house based on that service that improves the performance of it. Continuing to invest in programs that support vulnerable households, particularly around the possibility of a flexible fund around energy hardship. So that's an increasing issue for people, and improving the performances of homes is one of the things that can make a difference there. And something else which we didn't have in our written submission, but I wanted to add it because it's come up in a couple of the other conversations with other councils, is around the use of the council enforcement officers and resourcing those that role to be able to support compliance, monitoring and enforcing compliance of the Healthy Home Standards, the Residential Tenancies Act, when that comes in. One of our concerns about that is it's fantastic there's some legislation. The standard needs to be massively higher. It's very, very low at the moment, and there is very little resourcing going into making sure that's actually complied with, and the power relationship in that situation means that relying on tenants to take landlords to the tribunal is going to be less effective than we would like. So that's another way maybe the council can leverage resources and the system that you have to support the work that MB's doing on that. Then action to ensure affordable, healthy new housing supply. We're suggesting district plans look at inclusionary zoning, for example, and development contributions, again, as a tool that some councils in New Zealand have looked at using to encourage that. So I think that's probably well on your radar. I welcome any questions.
Yes, Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Amanda, and thanks for all the work that you do. I've had the pleasure of attending one of your events, and it was a fantastic discussion. Today, actually, at the Grants Committee this morning, we had we made a recommendation which will go to council to have a tenants advocacy service like the Hutt Valley does and through community law. And do you think that's another good way of sort of addressing, so people can actually get some legal support to go to the tribunal or even to court to enforce some?
I think it's fantastic. I think it's a really important area that's sort of under-resourced at the moment. So anything that's supporting tenants and recognising that this is a small portion of the rental situation. The large majority of landlords, from the research that we've seen, are actually endeavouring to comply, but there is a proportion that are very resistant to doing so, and there's not much power there. So yes, I think it's a really great. Thank you.
And Councillor Day. Oh, sorry. Well, in that case, it's Councillor Pennant.
Thank you very much for your submission. It's really helpful. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are around the fact that actually a lot of our housing isn't the greatest quality because we have built to quite a low standard. Yeah. And then you're saying that you want the standards to be higher, but how do we sort of get there in a way that's realistic, just given we're already at such a low base?
Yeah, I think it's one of New Zealand's big challenges, and there's a bit of an argument about should we then make the standard lower and then ramp it up, and that's sort of what the Building for Climate Change program is looking at doing. One of the real strengths of that, I think, is it's saying, okay, we're going to ramp up our building standards, but we're going to forecast it. We're going to tell you what's going to happen in the next 30 years, so you know whether you're building today's standard or the next decade's standard. It is a real challenge. At the same time, I think in terms of equity, we also need to say we need to have a reasonable minimum. Our minimum should at least be the minimum that most of the developed world has. And that's what we should be working towards, and we need to recognise that as the minimum and work towards that. So it is a challenge, and it does take a lot of money, private and public, and it is really critical to health and well-being across so many different aspects, really foundational to the equity issues we have in our country at the moment. So
that's probably taken us to the end of the time we have, but thank you very much. It's been really interesting. Thank you, Amanda. That submission was, oh, it's not actually, can you please explain? Oh, right. It's scheduled for tomorrow, actually, so you'll find it in tomorrow's papers. And there have been some that have come to us a little bit out of order. So if you don't find something in the agenda you expect, have a look in some of the other agendas. Right, moving on. We will now be looking at Ian Patterson. Ian, welcome. A bike bell.
I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride it where I like. Ride it here, ride it there, ride it everywhere. Don't do option 3, we want more. Do option 4. And we need more drink stations, more drink fountains. Around the bays, it gets thirsty. So put them up, stack them up, and also some fix-it stations as well. Improve the cycleways. You need to do it. Now, on to the climate change. I read on page 35, it says, greening our building projects. But I can't find much more mention of it. So, you need to be seen to be green. For sure, right? And a great example was the Kai Cycle up in Newtown. That's where I get my veggies every week, and they grow it there. And it's so great that even the Governor-General has dined there. So more green, please, more green. Now, the library. This is the Dom. This is an iPhone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you do it again. That's 20 iPhones to one page of the Dom. So the point is, yes, read newspapers at the library, but not on a good screen. It's all too mean. We need a big screen to be able to see all the stories and make the newspaper appear what it's like. It's going to take 3 years before we get back to a newspaper reading room. So improve the action on that story. Now, I do have time for a rhyme. Uno momento, just a secondi. Hey, I know there's a lorry load of stuff to do. You need to call on those old and young, with some of what Simon says, and maybe whatever Fitzsimons. Need to be sure to plan it, so the outcome's not so terrible. But for the cycleway, just make it so free, and don't do it in an appalling rush. We're dying for you to succeed. Or there'll be many a long day making a start at Sparrow's Fart. But for everyone, please foster the plan and achieve for Willie the best that you can.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, that's certainly the most unusual and complimentary presentation we've had today. Oh, we do have some questions. They'll have to be quick. Who was first? Councillor Day.
Can we have a copy of that, please?
And Councillor Paul.
You missed Councillor Matthews. Can you make an on-the-spot impromptu rhyme for Rebecca Matthews?
Yeah, I take care.
Lovely. And The last word perhaps to Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Ian. Thank you for putting a smile on our faces. Have you used your new cycleway going up Brooklyn Hill yet?
Not on a cycle. And I didn't feel.
Good on you.
It was,
Okay. That's wonderful. Thank you again, Ian. Thank you very much. Very unforgettable. Thank you. Right. Now we're up to Julia and Sean. Now, they're not here. Okay, so then it's Greens at Vic. Georgia. Do we have Georgia? That's a bit of a hard act to follow, but it's a bit unique. We don't expect that.
Unfortunately,
Right.
unfortunately,
All right.
the uni timetable doesn't really allow for any extra poem creating. Kia ora koutou, my name is Gina Dal-McClay and this is Teresa. Georgia wrote our written submission but unfortunately couldn't make today's hearing. This submission was produced by the Greens at Vic Executive, completely independently from the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Greens at Vic is the Young Greens campus group at Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington. We are a collective of like-minded students operating at an arm's length from the Green Party and work on a voluntary basis. We connect rangatahi to political issues and empower them to voice their opinion on these matters that affect our future. Overall, we are supportive of the Wellington City Council's long-term plan. We support the underlying values of this plan, particularly fighting climate change and waste, safe housing, community development, and strong partnership with mana whenua. As expressed in our written submission, we are supportive of many of the preferred options in the consultation document. We have some comments on some of those 7 big decisions, and then kind of future decisions that may be made, as well as the consultation process itself. Firstly, water infrastructure investment is, of course, incredibly important as Wellington's population increases, and so does housing. It's pretty awful that the decisions in the past weren't made with the future in mind and now we must be paying for it. But overall, water infrastructure is something we only see in the news when something goes wrong. And people are not necessarily thrilled by this idea, but it's definitely super important to be investing in it. We're also super supportive of high investment in cycleways. We're in a climate emergency and investing in active and low carbon transport is a must. Safe cycleways that people of all ages and all levels of confidence can use is vital. And we're also excited to see what more comes out of Let's Get Wellington Moving as well. Of course, we're super supportive of fully funding Te Atakura. Everything we can do to reduce our emissions during a climate emergency is a must. We also really want to see the Central Library back in action. While the Te Awe and Arapaki libraries are nice in the meantime, a safe, warm, community-centred hub is missing from Pōneke at the moment. Especially as we go into winter, there are so free indoor spaces for people to socialise and come together. So we're really keen on that strengthening and support the preferred option to fund that. And then finally, on waste minimisation and sludge, as we've expressed, we want to see as much done as possible for reducing the council and our city's emissions. So starting this project as soon as possible is in our best interest.
We want to see Wellington build up, not just out, densifying, but also have more green spaces, community gardens and hubs for people to come together. We also know Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence is submitting later today, and we want to tautuku their asks for the council to do as much as they're within power to prevent sexual violence here within our city. This being through avenues like urban design, better street lighting, and pedestrianisation of the Golden Mile, and supporting community hubs and safe spaces for people to be at night indoors. Lastly, we'd like to talk about the long-term plan as a whole and the consultation process. We understand that councils around the country must present their long-term plans for consultation at similar times, but relatively short consultation timelines that many of us don't hear about until towards the end, especially during busy university periods, made engaging with this process tough for us at Greens at Vic. No doubt it was a barrier for other young people to submit to. An 84-page consultation document is intimidating, but we do enjoy being able to submit via survey. More targeted outreach and submission workshops, or hui, could have encouraged more people in the City Council might not normally hear from to submit on the long-term plan, such as at the different tertiary campuses in Pōneke. Thank you for your opportunity to submit on this consultation today. We are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, and I think we do have one from Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you both for coming in today. I noticed a couple of times I was walking through Vic, you had a stall set up. What kind of engagement initiatives did you do to try and get some students interested? What worked, what didn't, and what did you find were the majority of issues on people's minds?
Yeah, so we had a stall in the hub kind of a couple of weeks ago. We had a couple of them. Unfortunately, it was kind of hard to get people excited. So many people are so busy. We also ran a submission workshop, but that was at a real crunch time for people as well. So that made it hard for them to come and engage. But the people that did engage, the people that were interested, definitely climate change, of course, big on their minds, as well as the City Council. Not the City Council, the Central Library is another space that they're interested in as well.
Do we have any other questions? No? Well, thank you very much for taking the time to come in, because I know how busy students are, but thank you. Thank you. And for the work you've done, thanks. Right, well, we have quite a few people, I think, to support the next submission. So I'd like to welcome Tina and others from the Chinese Garden Society, the Wellington Chinese Garden Society. I think I see Esther there and David and quite a few other familiar faces. But so we do have room at the table for a few. I was thinking. Hi. So a warm welcome to you all. As an organisation, you have 10 minutes, and that needs to include questions if you would like us to ask them. Right, so the floor is yours.
Huri no tēnā tātou e te kaunihera o Pōneke me ki te Aotearoa, ka mihi ki a tātou, mātou ko whakawhāiti te kaupapa whakaharahara kei waingata tātou piki mai, kake mai. Tā hao. My name is Ming Foon, and I am the patron of the Wellington Garden Society, and our submission to the annual plan is, or the long-term plan, is that we want, please, the $6.8 million reinstated in the long-term plan for the Chinese Garden. We want to support the Wellington City Council's wellbeing framework, cultural, economic, social and environmental wellbeing. We want to support making Wellington the best cultural capital in Aotearoa. We want the Wellington City Council to provide equity and allowing Chinese people to tell our stories as you have allowed others to tell theirs. Chinese want to feel that we are acknowledged as we have contributed tremendously to the well-being of Pōneke, Wellington. We appreciate mana whenua support in Te Whariwaka Trust, Palmerston Māori Reserve Trust and the 10th Trust. We also have explicit support from our Pacific brothers and sisters in their Whale Marae project, and we acknowledge them whaawhetai. Our diverse community members are here in support as well, as you can see behind us. We have traversed a long journey together with the Wellington City Council, built on trust and reciprocity. I want to re-emphasise the milestones of our agreement. 1989, Wellington City Council became a sister city of Sharman. We worked with 3 previous mayors and 3 councils on our long journey. 2010, you signed a MOU for the Chinese Gardens with the Beijing Municipal People's Government. In 2014, again, Wellington City Council signed a Memorandum of Understanding with Xiamen Council and also Tianjin and Zhejiang. I was there as the president at that time in Xiamen and supported Mayor at that time in signing the MOU. 2015, Wellington Council chose the land and applied for resource consent. You've been through a long journey, you've invested a lot in the preferred site, and the Beijing municipal government has also contributed financially to the resource consent. After appeal to 2020, Wellington had, the Garden Committee had raised its $1 million as part of our commitment. I know that you don't accept cheques now. We have it ready electronically to put into your bank account. We have worked hard together, and with no warning, it seems all the goodwill, integrity, trust was deleted in one meeting. This is a national, international, a local, national and international project. We want to together build nationhood together to the diverse well-being of our beloved capital. The garden is not built on the car park. It is not reliant on the car park. It is a red herring to say that it depends on the car park's future. Our design engineers have confirmed this. All investment on top of the ground have been donated by your sister city and requires no council money to build the asset on top. Remember the whare waka, the controversial that has been there, and look at it now. Everybody's actually enjoying the whare waka and its facilities. Remember Te Papa. When it was built, it was too Māori. Now we are grasping for things that are Māori, and it's been part of our integrated culture of Ngā Te Atiawa and the whole Aotearoa Motu to be here supporting Te Papa. We hear of disparaging comments like, don't need those ethnic things, those Chinese things on the waterfront. This is 2021. Let us build harmonious communities together. We want our city leaders to be brave, to look towards the future, to put back the $6.8 million in the LTCP, Long-Term Council Plan, and we want to work with you on this exciting journey for all of us. Nō reira, sheshia.
So thank you, and I do have some questions. There's more. Okay, yeah.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Sophie toku ingoa. Daja hao, wajau Sophie. Hi everyone, I'm a 15-year-old and 5th generation Chinese New Zealander. Now, I'm very proud to be a New Zealander, but when I look around Wellington, there's nothing that really reflects me as a Chinese person. Being Chinese is something that I'm very proud of and should be celebrated. This garden is more than just a garden for me. This garden will be the chance to tell my ancestor and whakapapa's story, the story of their hardships and struggles where they had to come to New Zealand and show determination, courage, and strength to build this beautiful life that I and so many other Chinese New Zealanders now have. This garden will be our chance to honour them and all they have done for us. This garden is a gift for the people of Wellington. This site is very significant because it is where my great-great-grandfather first arrived in New Zealand and has huge significance for many other New Zealanders, not Chinese New Zealanders. I hope that once this garden is built, it will inspire others to share their cultural identity with the people of Wellington. Sheshe Daja Nyamahi.
Lucky rā, so I have to speak quickly. Kia ora tātou, ko tēnā tōku ingoa, ni hao. I want to just clear up quickly some things about the garden that people have misunderstood. The location of the garden to start. It is to go currently where the steps are, in between the lower lawn area and the upper lawn area at Frank Kitts Park. It is not all of Frank Kitts Park. It is a small piece. It is a small but a significant piece, as Sophie has talked to, for our Chinese community and for others. We want to be clear about the council's financial obligation in this from many, many years ago. So the council was responsible for the land and everything below ground with this. Everything above ground is not coming from council money and it is not coming from ratepayer dollars. That has always been the understanding. There's been a lot of figures banded around the garden. Most recently, there was $40 million quoted in the media. We only got clarity on this figure through the OIA process recently. So let me help explain it. $40 million. There is $5.5 million of that is actually going to the playground that you've agreed to go ahead with. There is money that is needed in there for the car parking building that is earthquake prone. And then the bulk of the money is actually for infrastructure work, maintenance and upgrade work to Frank Kitts area. So this is all work that you actually need to undertake as a council, irrespective of this garden. Hence the name of the garden. It's called the Garden of Beneficence. It is a garden that is to benefit others, and it is a gift to the city. It is not a $40 million garden. We've been asked where the money is coming from for the garden. A significant portion of it is coming from partners overseas, partners that we have spent years through council building relationships with. There is also money coming from central government and private donations. And of course, we've put $1 million, which is years of work and effort, towards this. We keep being asked for assurances around the money for the garden that's going on top. We do this, and yet in March this year, without any notice, the council's contribution to this, to do the land works and to do the work underneath the ground, was withdrawn. I don't actually know if councillors realised in that moment what they were voting on. It was one bullet point. That's not the only confusion around the garden. Following that meeting that you had where you voted on that, we met with Mayor Foster, a few other councillors in this room, actually and some who aren't, and a few staff members. Mayor Foster tells us that the garden is in the long-term plan. Councillor Wolfe told us that there are 14 out of 15 councillors here still strongly in support of the garden. We want to understand, is it in or is it out? It's pretty simple. You owe it to the people.
With all due respect, I will.
Sorry.
We will allow an extension, but
thank you.
But if you could
very quickly, you owe it to the people who've put years into this to understand where you're going. You owe it to the international partners for them to understand where you're going. You owe it to your public to be transparent to understand where you are going. The only way that you can do this is to put the $6.8 million back into the long-term plan. It is not new money. It is money that was originally there. As Ming Foon has talked about, the car park is not the problem. It is actually a red herring. We can design whatever you decide to do with that car park, pull it down, leave it up, we can work with it. So, does it fit your long-term plan? It's infrastructure work, so yes. It supports the wishes of mana whenua, so yes. And finally, it supports having a purpose-built space for the community. It is creative and it is cultural. The only thing stopping is whether the council can be trusted to follow through on its commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. And in recognition of the effort you've all made to come, I will allow a little extension. So I do have some questions. I'll have Councillor Calvert and Councillor Paul, and we'll see how we go.
Sure.
Thank you. One of the, my understanding is when this location was determined quite some time ago, the use of that area was a lot different to what it is now. So the whole of Frank Kitts Park gets used a lot more. It's one of the few green spaces that we do have in our city. And I'm just wondering, have you considered another location?
We've been through the sorry, can you hear me? We've been through the resource consent process. There was considerable consultation given to the site. The toss has been argued many, many times, and actually if that process is wrong, then council needs to go back and look at that process. It's a significant site, and the issues around it, they can be resolved. It's not a showstopper.
Councillor Paul, you're okay? Oh, okay. Yes, okay. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, and thank you so much for coming. The question I have is around the garden for all of Wellington. In your vision, what will it bring for all of Wellington?
Fine. Okay.
Well, it'll bring first an acknowledgement that the history of Chinese people is important. It'll bring the international relationships that you actually have with many businesses that actually trade in China and the amount of imports that you have. It'll bring employment. It'll bring vibrance to the area in the city of Wellington as another must-do in Wellington, like other infrastructure projects that you have. It'll bring awareness in terms of that our stories are shared and that harmonious communities are continued to be created. It'll bring the environmental well-being of that. The park actually does need infrastructure. As you know, it's going to be closed for a little while in terms of the sewage pipes that are running past there. And so it's an accelerator of many things in terms of the well-beings of Wellington. And more importantly, it is a place where we can all belong and tell our stories.
Thank you very much. There are other questions, but I think those have covered, the answers have really covered, and your presentation has covered the issues quite fully for us to consider. So I can assure you we will give some consideration to this through our process.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah. Thank you. Right, we do still have a few to get through. Thank you very much. You're very welcome to stay or leave, whatever suits. We'll just take a wee break, a couple of minutes. But, yeah. Literally 2 minutes. So, Georgie. I see. Okay. Do you want to start, or would you like to wait for your support people?
Well, I'm very happy to start.
Okay. Well, let's start. Let's start with you then, Georgie, and by the time we've got through that, I'm sure it'll be a bit easier. Yeah.
He mihi tēnei ki te hau kāinga, ki te whare e tūmai nei. He mihi nui tēnei ki a koutou. Ko Georgie Ferrari taku ingoa. He tumu whakahaere au ki te Ohu Toitutanga Sustainability Trust. Kia ora, it's nice to be here with you all. My name's Georgie Ferrari and I'm the Chief Executive of the Sustainability Trust. I'm really pleased to be here with you to provide just a short oral submission to you on our support of elements of the Wellington City Council's long-term plan, and perhaps throw a wild card in every now and then. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge that this is a very long day for you all, and I've not got a great time slot, let's be honest. So just when your blood sugar levels are dipping, I just thought I might bring a little bit of trade aid chocolate. Only $6 from our eco shop in Foresters Lane. I'll pass them that way. 3 delicious flavours there, trade aid chocolate, ethical, you can eat with confidence. Who's been to our eco shop, by the way? So most of you know a bit about our mahi. We've been working on our own longish term plan at the Trust. We've come up with a brand new vision for our work. It's a just and sustainable low carbon future for Upuka o Te Ika, the wider Wellington region. And we're on a mission to create healthy homes, to support our communities to take climate action and to nurture their relationship with Papa Tuanuku. Over the next 3 years, our work will be driven by the knowledge that this is a decade of urgency for the planet. And in 2019, we welcomed Wellington City Council's decision to declare a climate emergency. And we note at the time you stated it means the Council will put protection of our environment and climate change at the front and centre of its decision making. We applaud this approach and we urge Council strongly to keep this kaupapa at the forefront of your long-term plan decision making. I'll take our submission as read and only really highlight a couple of key points. Our strongest message being, please do more faster. Be bold and act with courage for our tiny corner of the planet. And please partner with community experts who are doing so much already in the Wellington region to find innovative ways to respond to the climate change challenges we all face. And I'm sure you've seen a few of them today, and you'll probably see a few more after me. Getting to specifics, we support the expansion of the Home Energy Saver program as outlined in the LTP to reach 25% of Wellington households. Probably you are aware that we've delivered this program for you for several years now and know its many benefits in the work we do. We understand that an expansion may mean a re-tendering of this work, which we completely accept. However, we do note that in Wellington City Council's procurement documents, as far as I could see, there is very little that indicates Council will take a social enterprise focus in its procurement practices. And we would like you to consider thinking about what a social enterprise procurement process might look like, or how you would integrate that into your procurement. Because looking at work that we do at the Sustainability Trust, we literally do good twice when you tender, or when we tender to do work and carry it out for you. We call for Council to continue to invest in programs that support vulnerable households and energy hardship. With your funding support, we've been able to provide top-up assistance to households eligible for ECA funding for insulation. And while the ECA funding has recently been extended for energy-efficient heating solutions and subsidies, Wellington City Council funding remains tied only to insulation. We would like consideration to be given to extend the WCC funding, making it more flexible so that we can meet the needs of those living in energy hardship in a variety of ways, as detailed in our submission. I'll finish, if you'll allow me, with a little bit of a wild card that we didn't put in our submission. I'm sure you've heard a lot about Wellington Library already today. I'm wondering whether if there's a possibility within the refurb or rebuild models that there might be some street frontage shop space provided for a sustainable living centre, or in the UK, as they're calling them, climate crisis centres. We see that more and more Wellingtonians are becoming aware of the need to live more sustainable lives. Where will they naturally go for advice and support? To that landmark building where they go for so much advice and support already. So imagine a little hub there, stocked and staffed by us. Wow, wouldn't that be awesome? We'd love to work with you on something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful. As an inspiration, we'll have to see what we can do with that. All right. So, do I have any questions?
How's the chocolate?
Yes, yes, the chocolate. Chocolate was delicious. Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, as always, for the great work you do. Look, so for some of us, our vision is to, get this capital very green, and obviously the buildings are a major issue. So what do you think it would take to get, over the next, or maybe up to 2050, to get Wellington's residential building stock as green as possible, bearing in mind where it started at quite a low level?
So do you, all building stock, residential, commercial? Residential. Yeah. And
what do you need?
Whoa. Yeah. And by green, do you mean in terms of energy efficiency? Do you mean in terms of everything, in terms of... Yeah. I mean, there does need to be, obviously, capital injection of cash so that homes can be insulated and heated better, energy efficiency in terms of energy efficient heating. But I mean, there's just so many things we could do. We could be doing way more around, your trial in Miramar around curbside waste, green waste. And composting, that could be broadened. We could be working with families in all sorts of parts of Wellington to teach and show how to divert more out of landfill, and I'm sure the Zero Waste Network will talk about that. We could be doing education programs in community centres. We could be expanding our Wilder Kids program to a whole lot of Wellington suburbs. Now we just operated it in Amos Gardens in Mount Vic, and it's always fully booked, teaching children to nurture and care for the environment. And a 2-week holiday program. There's a range of things we could do. In terms of the I'm taking a really broad view because, of course, if you can change hearts and minds, your job is much easier in building stock and in the housing situation. Polly, do you want to add some things in terms of what we could do?
I was just going to say the Home Energy Saver program is very holistic and looks at all aspects of environmental, like being an eco-friendly kind of residential building. It's not just looking at energy efficiency, we're kind of expanding it to look at other aspects as well. So I think if we can have that as a really integrated service that looks at, urban agriculture, waste systems, as well as energy efficiency and dealing with construction processes, that would be fantastic.
You'd need more funding to do that?
Yes, we would. Yeah, I think to be able to do more with more households.
So we talk offline about, okay, thank you.
Mum did a home energy saver with the trust and was able to repay it through her rates through Greater Wellington Regional Council.
Yes.
Has that been successful, and is that something that Wellington, do you see that would help overcome a few barriers if Wellington City were to adopt a similar program?
Yes, in fact, in our submission, the targeted rate idea is mentioned. It's an interesting one because, of course, with interest rates so low, and if people get tied into a high targeted rate with an interest rate that's high and interest rates drop, it becomes a bit of a an albatross in some ways. So there's a model now that's being proposed with a finance organisation called PACT. They've done a lot of work with the City of Melbourne and other boroughs in Victoria, Australia, where they carry a lot of the risk for the councils, but they work with councils. They may have met with some of you or had a chat. We're very keen on their model. It's a targeted rate model, but instead of council holding the risk, they'll take it. So we're very supportive of that, and yeah, we know that works, and it could be expanded out to all sorts of things like EV chargers in homes and all sorts. You know, when you think about what's coming down the line, it could help ratepayers. Put solar panels on roofs, all sorts of things. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we've run out of time, but all of that's been very interesting. Thank you, Georgie and Polly.
Nice to see you again.
Now,
Kia ora.
Polly, do you want to speak now?
Yes.
I've got you down as next. So,
I'm representing, so I'm the named individual, but we're representing a group. So I've got a team of people who are going to help me.
Brilliant.
And props. We thought you might want something a bit more light-hearted at this time of the day.
But unfortunately, we're not dressed as vegetables, so.
So if you just allow us just a few seconds to get ourselves organised.
That's so good.
That's what she's doing.
That's a good name, isn't it?
Kia ora everyone, I'm Liam from the Rubbish Strip.
I'm Sophie from Wellington Waste Managers.
I'm Darcy from the Tiny Plastic Factory.
Kia ora, I'm Kate from Tricycle.
Kia ora, I'm Te Kawa from Parakore.
Kia ora, I'm Caroline from Sustainability Trust.
Kia ora, I'm Polly from Sustainability Trust as well, and together we've been developing a vision for a waste-free Welly as a local branch of the Zero Waste Network, and we want Wellington to be without waste where all resources are valued. And we've got 3 big priority areas: community composting, creating a reuse economy, and resource recovery.
We support fully funding Te Atakura, and we support sludge minimisation.
And we support these actions because we really want council to be ambitious on climate action and waste minimisation, stop the bill, and because really waste is fundamentally a climate change issue as well. The emissions associated with the extraction, manufacture, production and transportation of stuff we use is responsible for about 45% of global emissions, and that's the stuff that is filling up our landfills.
So we want council to seriously commit to facilitating the creation of a circular economy in Wellington as a core part of Te Atakura, first to zero emissions, first to zero waste. A circular economy isn't just an environmental issue, it is about taking climate action, job creation, resilience, equality and community connection. At least 70% of what goes into our bins could be avoided altogether or turned into valuable resources in a local economy. So, what is in our bin? We're going to show you some tangible examples of what we've been working on for a circular economy and what that looks like for us. And they're all based on this beautiful waste hierarchy, which may be a little bit more steps than you're used to. So the first, refuse.
Cool. First out of the bin, we've got plastic bottle caps. So these little suckers can't actually be recycled through our curbside recycling as they're too small. So myself and the Tiny Plastic Factory, in the last year, we've collected a 1/4 ton of these. That's 250 kilos, 70,000 caps roughly, which might seem like a lot, but that's actually just a tiny pinch of what's actually out there and what could be easily diverted from landfill. So this, along with the Tiny Plastic Factory, we turn into feedstock to be remanufactured with. So I'll pass that around and you can...
Okay, so next out of the bin is these awesome compostable plates, but they're actually not so awesome. In a circular economy, we can be looking at getting rid of, so for Cubaduba we worked on, we had 176 of these bins full
of 90% of our compostable was these plates. So if we're taking out just one bin of actual food compost out, we can then turn all of these plates into stuff like this. So Reusable is an awesome organisation that has circular plates, such as Again who do cups, and then we also have lots of smaller community organisations and schemes that you can kind of hire tip shop plates or more ad hoc cockery. So yeah.
New Zealanders go through roughly 2.3 billion beverage containers every week, cups, bottles, cans, and that sort of thing. Many of them not able to be recycled or shipped overseas to be recycled, or not even recycled, sent to landfill or in the environment. We can avoid all of this mess by creating local refill systems. For example, Everyday Wine on Cuba Street. They bring it in kegs, and you know this is just beverages. Imagine what we could do with all kinds of other packaging.
Oh, next out of the bin is food waste. All that coming, eh? So this is such a resource. It's loaded with nutrients, and of course, it's one of the major things we're sending to landfill. 14% of the southern landfill, as I understand it, is kitchen waste, one of the most easily divertible waste streams, and well over 50% of curbside household waste is green and kitchen waste. So that's, I mean, just kind of quick calculation, that's like 50,000 tonnes a year of awesome, good quality compost to be making. If we just retained a small amount of that within a city, that could drive a local food systems revolution, and of course that's an important part of the circular economy and delivers so many other benefits for our communities. So yeah, let's turn it to compost.
All right, next out of the bin, instead of throwing your gumboots away when they're all broken and ripped, we've got this amazing local company. You can see my gumboots called Beta Shoes, and they take their gumboots back. These are 100% recycled and recyclable. Pretty cool if you want to.
If anyone wants to sniff of the compost as well, just to know how good it smells. Next out of the bin, we've got curtains. So through our awesome curtain bank at the Trust, we provided curtains for 600 homes last year, using curtains that would have otherwise gone into landfill. And now we're partnering with Little Yellow Bird, another Wellington-based company, to support their pilot recycling program. So think curtains that aren't good enough to go into reuse, put them into the pilot recycling program as well. And their T-shirts that have reached end of life will go into that pilot as well. And then, I'm just going to throw some of this at Liam. We've got e-waste. So it's estimated at the moment only 2% of this is recycled in New Zealand. And what businesses and the public need are really accessible points where they can drop off their e-waste. We provide one spot for that, and we're taking 17 tonnes a year at the moment just at the Trust. We're partnering with Second Treasures to get the stuff that's still in working order resold and make some income from that. But otherwise, a lot of it has to go for recycling, which is at the bottom of the hierarchy, and a lot of the materials from that recycling process will still go to landfill. If we can really support a repair economy, then we can divert more from actually ending up in landfill and keep it at the top of the hierarchy.
Cool. So all of this waste is a symptom of the linear economy. So that's the take, make, use, landfill. We want to help set up circular systems so that we can make the connection and support a better Wellington.
Because, you know, when we only measure production-based emissions, which is methane from landfill and CO2 from exhaust pipes, we ignore all of the emissions that come from extraction, mining, production, and transportation of all the stuff that we use and then throw away. So, you know, this is what we're measuring in terms of emissions, but this is what we're producing. So research by the Sustainable Business Network showed that Auckland, for example, could be $8.8 billion better off with a circular economy. And the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives, a recent study showed that for every 2 jobs in landfilling and incineration, there could be instead over 500 jobs in recycling, composting, remanufacturing, repairing. With a circular economy.
A reminder that Indigenous peoples have practiced circular ways of living, mai rā no. But that's not limited only to Indigenous peoples. All our ancestors have practiced circular ways of living. I recall my grandmother, all the circular things that she was doing, bottling, preserving, and repairing. These are all things that exist within our near history, and we can do once again if we do it properly. So the circular economy that's spoken of in the modern context has the potential to heal, to cleanse, to return, and for things to become once more. The circular world is bold, it's brave, it requires decentralized solutions, it embraces diversity, it uplifts the mana of everyone that practices it, and done correctly, it is just and equitable. And above all, it centers the needs of Taiao as a whole over just the needs of people. Because remember, we are part of Taiao, not separate to it. Tēnā tātou.
Thank you, and that was such a wonderful presentation and full of information, but I think we have actually run out of time for questions. Thank you very much. And thank you again for the delicious chocolate. Right, so so do we have Louis?
It's probably been a long day.
So councillors, we have another submitter, and so I'd like to invite Louis Holbrook to our table from New Zealand Taxpayers Union. Louis,
great.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
Louis. I'm the campaigns manager at the New Zealand Taxpayers Union, so I'm here today to tell you to auction off the zoo animals. That was a joke.
Okay.
However, that could become the reality if every submitter to this council had their way in terms of some of their spending priorities.
Yeah.
We, of course, come from a broader ratepayer perspective, and we are interested in the number 13.5, which is the proposed first-year rate hike under this budget. Now, this is, of course, followed by compounding rate hikes far above the rate of inflation year on year for a decade. And that is, of course, also on top of some of the country's highest commercial rates. From our perspective, this is actually a failure to recognise the sacrifices already made by businesses and households across the Wellington region in the wake of COVID-19. And of course, these rates costs are housing costs, and we are in a housing crisis. Surely the council should first do no harm when it comes to the housing crisis. We would argue that a 13.5 first-year rate hike is not a first do no harm approach. Now, 13.5% is not really 13.5% in this case, is it? Because in addition to this rate hike, we have a sludge levy, which is a great name for a levy, but we noticed it is a compulsory universal levy, so it is effectively a rate hike. So why is it not called a rate hike? Well, I think the council's been fairly upfront in its consultation, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's a way to appear on paper as though you are not exceeding your debt limit because you are using a special purpose vehicle. Now, I guess we'd ask councillors to reflect on the honesty of that proposal. And if you are determined to use a special purpose vehicle, we would at least ask you to be honest in your consultation material and to add the cost of that sludge levy onto the advertised rate hike so that ratepayers can see the real cost of what's being proposed. In terms of climate change initiatives, I'll just run through this very quickly. Central government sets the incentives to produce or to not produce emissions. It does this through the emissions trading scheme. Our concern is that initiatives that the council is proposing that go beyond the emissions trading scheme are actually redundant. Effectively, all you do when you take an initiative to reduce emissions locally under the ETS is you free up credits for people to produce more emissions in other parts of the country. We'd urge you not to duplicate central government's role in climate action. On the Central Library, and these comments I think apply to the council's other assets, there's a remarkable lack of choice in terms of the options in this consultation document on the Central Library. You would think in the context of a 13.5% rate hike, some form of privatisation would at least be on the table. We all know the politics of the library. We know that bookworms make really effective lobbyists, but the fact that it's not even on the table as an option in the consultation is frankly amazing to us, considering there are hundreds of millions to be saved, not just from abandoning the strengthening project, but actually selling that land that the library sits on. Now, if that's an alarming proposal, we'd suggest the councillors take a walk down to the street to one of our fantastic pop-up libraries. This could be a solution that is right under your nose. These pop-up libraries are successful, they are popular, they are dispersed, which makes them accessible, but crucially they are also scalable. When times get tough financially, you can reduce your expenditure on the pop-up library program, and vice versa when you actually have funds to spare. This same principle could be applied to some of the council's other assets. Take the council buildings at Civic Square, which are being proposed for demolition. Now, Civic Square, as it stands, is a wonderful place to go to if you want to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city, because it's dead. It's a wasteland. That's not what a Civic Square should be about. By freeing up that land for commercial operators, you wouldn't only be raising millions and millions for the council to rein in those rate hikes, you'd also potentially be injecting a bit of much-needed life and energy and commerce into that Civic Square. Again, that same principle can be applied to other property assets held by the council. In fact, we would look at parks. Mount Victoria, why not have some hospitality on Mount Victoria? That would be fantastic. Central Park, how about injecting some much needed light and people into that currently relatively seedy location with a bit of commerce? Maybe it could be a food truck, or maybe you could actually allow a hospitality operator to set up there on a semi-permanent basis. Again, this is creative ways of raising revenue. Creative ideas that should be on the table. We don't need to necessarily auction the zoo animals. Finally, let's look at the wider property portfolio of the council, just quickly rattle through them. We haven't discussed the town hall, we have discussed the library. The new convention centre is going to provide an enormous amount of venue space, which should lead to some kind of rationalisation of the other venues owned by the council. We're talking about the St James, the Opera House, the Michael Fowler Centre, Shed 6, TSB Arena. Really, how many venues does a council need to own? Because we would argue that the role of a council is to provide services, not to manage property assets. It is our view that councils do not make effective property managers because of the political incentives that they are subjected to, and we've seen this through the angst around making a rational decision on the future of the library. Also, the extent of the council's property portfolio exposes ratepayers to extraordinary risk. In the case of, for example, the big one, a big earthquake, the larger the property portfolio is, the more risk is fielded by ratepayers. So there's tremendous scope for rationalisation, privatisation, God forbid, but certainly monetisation of these assets. Finally, the council's most spectacular asset is probably its waterfront. But it's overlooked, it's taken for granted. A few food trucks here and there, that's nice, but maybe more substantial arrangements could be made to lease this space to hospitality and raise some revenue and cut that obscene 13.5% rate hike. Thank you.
Thank you, Lewis. We do have some questions. So, I think it's Councillor Panic, Councillor Condi and Councillor Paul. And if they're brief, we'll probably get through all of them.
Yes. Hey, thanks, Louis. I appreciate you coming in. And look, this is a genuine question. How do you consult with rate and taxpayers all over the country? And is it compulsory to belong to your union, given everyone is a taxpayer? I am genuinely confused, so I'd just like some clarification.
Sure. Like most unions, membership of the Taxpayers Union is voluntary. We've got 50,000 subscribed supporters. Of those, about 2,000 have donated to us in the last year. When someone signs up for the Taxpayers Union, they're signing up to our mission of lower taxes, less waste and more transparency. So we're very clear that these are the values that we stand for. Any taxpayer is encouraged to join their local Taxpayers Union. So far there's one.
Okay. Sorry, do you consult with people?
We consult with our members, yes, we survey them every year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Conti.
Thanks. Kia ora, Louis. One of the things you talked about was that rates rises have been significantly above inflation in the past, and I think you must be referring to CPI inflation, Consumer Price Index in that case.
Yes.
And I guess, you know, one of the things is council delivers infrastructure primarily, and when we had our water infrastructure revalued recently, it was revalued up 30% over 33 years, which says that the inflation rate on that infrastructure was 10% per year. So I guess I would be interested in your view about how we're supposed to reconcile. We're not a consumer, we are a major infrastructure provider.
Yeah, this might be a philosophical conversation because there's a concern that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? The more that councils are willing to spend on services that are perceived as council services, the more inflation that there is. However, we do take your point that there may be a legitimately higher level of inflation for some services.
I've certainly heard that. Right, so...
yeah, I just had a question.
Councillor Paul.
Yeah. Hey, Kia ora, thank you for the submission. Do you guys have a stance on congestion charging or water metering?
Yeah, we're not opposed to congestion charging at all. The obvious condition we would apply is that it's not used as a revenue-raising tool. Congestion charging should simply be about managing congestion rates. We'd be interested to see what the central government has to say about that because they could offset that revenue with reductions in excise tax on fuel. Water metering? Broadly in favour of water metering.
That's been very interesting and certainly a perspective we haven't heard a lot of, so it's really useful to hear these perspectives that you brought to the table. Thank you.
Seriously, sell those zoo animals. How much is a red panda worth?
So colleagues, we are actually going to take a 20-minute break. We are only 10 minutes behind. That will make us only 10 minutes behind, but I think it's worth having a 20-minute break so we can have a to the table, it's Jess Wong from the Wellington Chinese Association and Future Dragons. It's not just Jess. I see we've got some friends here. Oh, okay. Chelsea, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, she's.
Just a little bit of stage fright.
Oh, okay. So, shall we get started and hope that... Yeah, I think we need to, because otherwise we will run well behind. So welcome to the table, and the floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou. Daja hao. My name is Chelsea Wong, and I am one half of the co-leaders for Future Dragons Wellington, the Young Chinese Association branch, and this is my co-lead, Jess Wong, and we'll be speaking today on behalf of Future Dragons Wellington Chinese Association in support of the Garden Society, who you heard earlier this afternoon. So we are here to speak in support of this mission, which you all know requests a tangible financial commitment to action from the Council towards the Garden of Beneficence to be included in the long-term plan. And as you have also already heard, this garden has been very long in the making, we believe over 25 years ago, a quarter of a century in the making. We'd like to speak on 3 key points tonight, and then the rest we'll leave up to you to read our submission. So Jess will start us off.
Firstly, apologies. I almost got locked in the bathroom, so we're safe. So it's not to waste time. So firstly, Chinese have had a long history of New Zealand, and Wellington in particular. There are newsprint articles of Chinese being in Wellington for over 120 years. So this garden is not just about plants, and it's not just about history. Its kaupapa is all about a culture that's living, breathing, and dynamic. So, like, Chinese culture is not just about the fruit shop owners on Lambton Quay, my family restaurant owners on Vivian Street, and immigrant stories of our ancestors sailing into Puniki. Chinese culture is rich, it's multi-generational, it stems from roots across Pan-Asia, not just China itself, and continues to evolve and contribute to our society in multiple ways right until today. So the Chinese Garden is a celebration of New Zealand Chinese culture and its history, and in the heart of the city, which is a great place for it to celebrate such a thing. And I think it's a beautiful homage to our ancestors that have contributed to Wellington and Aotearoa's culture.
And secondly, this garden is not just for the Chinese, but it's for every Wellingtonian, and it's for all New Zealanders. It's about providing a place and a tangible space that recognises that diversity and culture of people in our city and our land. And of course, this resonates very strongly with your plan objectives. You heard Commissioner Meng Foon talk earlier about the importance of well-being, and Tina talk about the culture that needs to be in our cities for us to thrive. And in our culture, it's very respectful to respect everyone from young to old. We know there's a playground at Frank Hitz Park, but there's no space, there's no tangible space for other generations to come to be part of, to be like they're being heard in the community, and a space for them to feel like they belong. We all deserve that space to enjoy and for what Wellington, and to see what Wellington has to offer. So imagine this garden as that kind of space where everyone can come to that community. Te Papa has a lot of our stories, and it's about stories of who we are, and it's Te Papa is our place. But there is actually nothing really truly out there in this place that represents the diversity of Aotearoa these days. Jess just talked about the richness of culture that's come about in the last few generations, and increasingly so. So this is our place. You know, we are third generation New Zealand Chinese. I'm first generation New Zealand Chinese, but we are multiple of generations of Chinese New Zealanders in this land. This is our place, so why should we not shy away from a waterfront that is representative of who we are and what this place represents? If COVID has taught us anything, then it should be that these spaces are extremely important for our city and for our people to survive. We need those spaces for our community to build resilience, to build community, to build harmony, as Meng Foon said. We really need this garden for all of us, not just Chinese New Zealanders.
So I think thirdly, as a young person, it's disappointing to see that our decision makers are not taking an inclusive approach to future planning and including cultural and ethnic diversity is incredibly important into long-term planning. We get that fixing shit is important. But so is investing in the cultural vibrancy of a city. Without culture, there's no city, no people, no reason, light, hope, no vision to be living in this space. There's really no reason to be living in Wellington if there's no culture. And I read through all 84 pages of the draft long-term plan, and I was incredibly disappointed that there weren't many pictures, and also there was no indication of new investment or commitment to ethnic community, the only mention being one sentence that there would be continued support for a Diwali festival. So let's be real, it's been over 25 years of getting this plan to action, and that's a long journey. For some of our committee, myself included, for even some of our councillors in this room, this garden has been in stages of planning before we were even born. The Garden City has worked so tirelessly, the Garden Society has worked tirelessly with sister cities in China, with infrastructure partners, and have built very careful relationships to bring this vision to life. To have the council time and time again to sort of push it to the side and to cut this funding is quite frankly insulting.
So we implore the council to commit to what they have been building in partnership with the Chinese community for over 25 years. We, as the next generation of this community, really acknowledge Auntie Esther, who is in the room, and everyone who has put their heart and soul into making this project happen. And we would really just like you to come and meet us at the table. And to sum up our submission and what has already been said this afternoon as well, do not lead us up the garden path if there is no garden. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you. Now, do we have questions? We may have had some from the last submission that didn't get answered, so but maybe. No, it actually doesn't seem that we have one. Oh, we have one from.
I did want to ask it to the last submitters, but I'll ask it to you instead. And you have covered it a bit, but I guess I'd be interested in if you could just outline how meaningful you think it will be to people of your generation and people not yet born to have this garden.
Sure. I think what it means for us is that we are, all these voices, these diverse voices in this land are being heard. So it's not just a garden for the Chinese people and saying this is for Chinese. It's actually saying there are so many different people in our land, and here is one way of showing recognition to that, which can open doors for other people to be heard as well, and it's a way for us to learn about each other as well.
And to that, I think just sort of through this experience and through the whole design of it, that it is a multi-generational garden, and this garden is made for all the generations and is for, the future. And I think, if we've already got multiple generations working on this, I think that thought and that kaupapa will see it through into the garden.
I think for a future generation to have heard that 25 years was not long enough for a council to commit to something is a real slap in the face.
So we have also, thank you for that, we also have a question from councillors.
Yes, thanks very much for your presentation. Just a very quick question, and we might have already been given this information. How many people in Wellington call themselves Chinese New Zealanders? Now, if you've already told us, I don't retain things very well, but do you know roughly how many?
I know that there are around 20% of Asians in Wellington, but I'm not sure exactly on Chinese.
And certainly in the national population, about over 18% of the actual population represents Asian ethnicities.
Thank you.
Large proportion.
It's interesting. Thank you very much. And I think we're probably out of time for any further questions, but thank you very much. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's been, very interesting to hear your views.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you. Okay, we now have the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence. We have Jala. And supported by Kate and, Maddie. Lovely.
Thank you. This is small. Are you ready to go?
Yes, now as an organisation you get 10 minutes and the floor is yours.
Kia ora. Thank you so much for having us here. We really appreciate this opportunity. We want to thank the Council for being willing to engage with the issue of sexual violence, and we especially want to acknowledge the work of Ella and Sophia, the two young women who surveyed experiences of sexual violence in Wellington. Their survey provided a really important piece of evidence in the story of people's experiences, and it adds weight to the nature and severity of this issue. Many of you will be aware of the recent Let Us Live rally held on Courtney Place, from which we founded the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence. So Maddie and I represent that alliance. My name is Jala. I'm really, really excited, and I apologise for seeming a little flustered. It's been a busy day. I will let Maddie introduce herself in a second. So we're a coalition of individuals and organisations who are passionate about ending sexual violence in Wellington. Within this group, we have sector professionals, student leaders, community representatives, academics, and many other diverse groups. We think it's great that you're receiving submissions and hope that you've gained a lot from hearing a wide range of perspectives. We're excited about this long-term thinking, investing, and planning for our city. We see so much potential and room for growth, and us at the Alliance are really excited about moving together for a change. While this current long-term plan encompasses a wide range of issues affecting our city and the people that make it special, we feel that in its current iteration, it lacks a specific acknowledgement and focus around sexual violence prevention. So we've got 3 asks that we've developed, and I'm going to hand over to Maddie to introduce herself and introduce those asks. Kia ora e te whānau. Thank you for having me. My name is Maddie. I'm one of the key organisers at the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence. So first of all, we just to bring attention to how prevalent sexual violence is in Wellington. Ella and Sophia showed you how prevalent it is. And we also know that about 1 in 3 women and approximately 1 in 6 men experience sexual violence across New Zealand. And as young people aged 16 to 24 are at most risk of both victimisation and perpetration. And with the strong youth population in the city, Council has a responsibility to make this issue a priority. You have the ability to facilitate really creative, proactive, dynamic and evidence-based approaches to sexual violence prevention that creates tangible change in the lives of our people. Creating better systems for those that have both experienced and perpetrated harm creates a more livable city, and we all know this. This is an everyone issue, but this is especially a prevalent issue for those with power and influence like yourselves. Through the current work of the Alliance and building on the knowledge we have all gained from our respective areas and life experiences, we have, as Jala was saying, we've identified 3 key areas of change where we believe Council can intervene, and through a people-focused, survivor-centric and evidence-based approach can create meaningful change. Our key asks are as follows, broken into 3 points. So the first one is urban planning. We want to see the creation and implementation of a new vision for Courtney Place, Cuba Street and surrounding areas. This vision must be accessible, people-focused and prioritise community building. We know that good urban design and planning can create safer streets for all. However, as a city, we need to focus less on the limiting, deficit-based and often weaponised idea of safety and more on the importance of people-focused spaces that harness community wellbeing and collective care. We would also encourage council to enact specific consultation with both experts in feminist urban planning, as well as those most at risk of sexual violence in the recreation of our public spaces. We encourage council to prioritise an intersectional and evidence-based approach that promotes compassion and bringing people in rather than vilifying or demonising marginalised communities. Kia ora. So number 2 is hospitality. We believe that to target the issue of sexual violence in the hospitality industry, we need a collaborative cross-industry strategy that brings together the sexual violence sector, the hospitality industry, council, as well as community organisations. From there, we need to develop a comprehensive theory of change, acknowledging the complexity and intersectionality of this issue. We acknowledge the work of Don't Gas the Yes. However, we are imploring council to think bigger. We encourage council to target sexual violence prevention in the host responsibility policy. This would provide a standard that owners, managers, staff and operators need to comply to in order to obtain and keep their liquor licences. This, or the implementation of other accreditation-based processes, would maintain accountability within the hospitality sector and ensure the hospo spaces and venues that are currently identified as hotspots for sexual violence are a driving force for cultural change. Our final ask focuses around funding for sexual violence prevention. Often funding and resourcing is directed towards response services that support victim survivors, and we 100% support this. However, we also urge the council to consider prioritising funding for prevention services simultaneously. We can't keep being the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. Tackling an issue like this from a prevention lens can often seem insurmountable, but that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It seems too hard, and so it becomes. We have the ability to make change, and council has the ability to use their power, influence, and resources to support existing prevention agencies, such as Respect at Aotearoa, and to create funding avenues for community-based sexual violence prevention initiatives. We also ask council to allocate resources for the asks previously mentioned. Not only will this resourcing contribute to sexual violence prevention in Wellington City, but it will also foster community relationships, lock in sexual violence as a key issue for the long-term plan in the future, and will make Wellington a leading city on this issue. Finally, in order to truly showcase and commit to preventing and responding to sexual violence in Wellington, we ask that the council creates a dedicated full-time role designed to carry out this mandate. Sexual violence is a human rights issue. It's a national crisis and it's an emergency, and until we start acting like it, people will continue to live their lives in fear. We, as well as everyone in this room, want our citizens to feel safe, not just on the streets, but in their communities, relationships and whānau. This is an issue that affects every person in the city, and we all have a role to play to prevent it. But that role is not equal. As our elected representatives, as councillors, you have a responsibility to protect and show up for your people and make a change in this city. Ngā mihi. Thank you so much. We'll take questions.
Thank you. That was lots of information there. Now, do we? Yes, we do. Councillor Matthews and then Councillor Pannett.
I was wondering if you could describe to me what it would look like, say Courtney Place, when we've kind of done our job of remaking a safer, people-friendly kind of, street there. So just paint me a little picture if you can.
Sure. This is actually really exciting because I think so much, it's what it doesn't look like currently. So currently when you look at Courtney Place, you see only certain types of people on that street. We don't see our queer community on Courtney Place. We don't see our disabled community on Courtney Place because they don't feel safe. They don't feel like it's a space for them. And so to me, what Courtney Place could look like is this real community hub of people celebrating and living and succeeding of all different ages and ranges and backgrounds, and not having to constantly be regulating themselves and their safeties and their bodies, and just be. And we've got there are tangible things around pedestrianisation and lighting and space usage that we can talk about. But I think it's really just about talking to these people about what makes them feel good and what makes them feel seen.
Thank you. Councillor Pannett.
This perfectly follows on then. So we've obviously got our wonderful Rainbow Advisory Group and we've got our Accessibility Advisory Group. So we're just wondering about how we include all the voices that haven't been heard into this process so that it does work properly.
Absolutely. I think that part of that is what we're asking for around the creation of a full-time staff member, and what they will be able to do is to have forums and consultation and bring these voices in. And I think often the groups that form these advisory panels are often a certain. These groups are not homogenous. There's different and intersectional privileges within those groups, and often we see the more privileged identities holding these advisory spaces. So I think it's important that we're proactively going into the community and taking our time and our labour rather than asking them to come to us. Did you want to add anything?
Thank you.
Said it all.
I think that might be it, but thank you very, very much. That's been useful. Thank you.
No worries. I will always nod.
So we have had an apology from Tony Randall from the Johnsonville Community Association. So, and that puts us actually back on schedule pretty much. So I'd like to invite Greater Wellington Regional Council. We've got So we have, yes, well-known faces anyway, Thomas and Roger and David. You're welcome. You have 10 minutes as an organisation.
Okay.
As a fellow organisation. We can probably share with you some of the things we've heard today too, but later. Yeah.
Ngā miho te wā kia tātou tēnā koutou katoa. So I'm Thomas Nash from the Regional Council. I'd like to acknowledge Roger Blakely, David Lee from the Regional Council, and give apologies from our chair, Darren Ponter, who would have been here but couldn't because of another engagement. So good evening, councillors and staff and fellow submitters. Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you about the long-term plan, and congratulations on all the work that you're doing for this fine city. We really appreciate it. Also, solidarity as we all move through planning season. Okay, so I'll go through and then Roger will make some more specific remarks about the airport bus service. So we at Regional Council fully share your commitment to climate change and to action on climate change, and like you, we've declared a climate emergency. We endorse your proposal to fully fund Te Atakura First to Zero to reduce emissions by the full amount, planned by 2030. We also strongly support the other climate and environmental elements in your draft plan, including on waste, on biodiversity and on resilience. Can I also say that we would look at option 4 on the cycle network as the option that is most likely to achieve our regional mode shift targets of 40% over the next 10 years. So I think it's well understood, probably accepted, that in Wellington, the largest single activity we can undertake to reduce emissions is to support residents and visitors to make the shift from car use to other types of modes, active modes and public transport. We've all agreed through Let's Get Wellington Moving that moving more people with fewer vehicles is the key, and we really want to work with you to energise that program and to get results. And I think we can probably all agree that things can only get better on the Let's Get Wellington Moving front. One more thing, I guess, from me, or a couple more things. As two different councils, we have different levers that we control. As the road controlling authority, you have the very powerful car parking lever, and as the public transport authority, we have the public transport lever. But I think if we can learn to pull those levers in unison, we can really make some great progress. It would be awesome. And obviously we need some help from central government to make that happen, and we can work together on that. I think I'll leave it there and hand over to Roger.
Kia ora mai tātou. Like Thomas, pleasure to be with you tonight. So much has already been discussed about the dedicated Wellington Airport bus service, or re-establishing one, and so we're here tonight particularly to seek your commitment to facilitating its provision for the greater benefit to Wellington City and our regional residents. But before talking about that, I think it's important to think about the regional context which we're both a part of, and the Mettling Airport bus service is part of that too. And of course, we're all part of the Regional Land Transport Plan, which set the bold and I think very good goals of 40% fewer deaths and serious injuries by 2030, of 30% less carbon emissions by 2030, and 40% mode share shift from people getting out of their cars and onto public transport and active modes. And so if you think about the context of the airport to that, to our mind, that means, if you're thinking about the airport, that means fewer people driving in their private cars to the airport, and fewer of that long line of taxis going to and from, and more people travelling by bus. And so we're pleased to confirm that there have been very productive negotiations going on between Greater Wellington and the Wellington Airport. We recognise you're a key shareholder in that, and discussions are progressing well. And we are expecting to see a Metlink Airport bus service in place by 1st of July 2022. We know that seems a long time away, but that's just the process we have to go through under the PTOM, under the Land Transport Management Act, and we are wanting to have electric buses on this service, which means that they have to be ordered and delivered. So let me go through the features that we will see of the airport flyer service or its replacement as a Metlink service. So it'll be provided on electric buses. It will run frequently. It will be competitively priced. It will be fully joined up with the Metlink network, so it'll be a Metlink bus service, and so it'll be visible on Metlink real-time information boards. It will include the ability to pay using Snapper cards. It will have limited stops, like at the moment it's got 4 or so stops. It's a premium service because it goes quickly. And it will be integrated into the Metlink integrated ticketing system, which is coming in 2023, and we know that's a long time away too. And we are, like you, eagerly looking forward to...
Just a little heads up that I'm collecting questions here.
Oh, okay. So just to sum up, so we are seeking your help in minimising the costs of the Metlink Airport bus service. We appreciate all of Wellington City Council's work to date in support of this venture. We ask that you consider any and all methods at your disposal, recognising you're a shareholder, to support the negotiation process and minimise the cost overhead imposed on a new airport bus service. So at the moment the service costs $12. We hope we can deliver it for less dollars, maybe $8 or $9 a trip. It will still be more than a regular bus service because it is a premium service. But to some extent, that depends on our ability to keep the costs required or charged on the airport bus service for going through the airport down to a minimum, which will then in turn help us to deliver a service which all residents will want at as low a price as possible. So to conclude, congratulations again on your excellent LTP, and we're delighted to take questions.
Yeah, that's good because they're ramping up. Please keep them brief. Councillor O'Neill.
Tēnā koe. I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot. So in 2015, Greater Wellington made big cuts to their weeds budget, and we used to invest 50-50. As a council, we both used to invest 50-50 into our natural areas, and I see Forest and Bird here will be pleased I'm asking this question, I hope. But we've lost all of our funding from you to manage a lot of our natural regional parks and things like that. So I was just wondering, in this year's budget, can we hope to see anything more for weeds or biodiversity?
I'll take that. Pest plants were raised in our long-term plan, and we will be considering it in our deliberations tomorrow. Personally, I hope we'll be able to put some in. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Fitzsimons.
I've got 2 questions, but they're sort of related, so I'll just put it as one. So we've got one council coming to another council. We all represent the same residents. Isn't it time for amalgamation? And on that note, let's run a bus, let's get rid of this rogue bus company, and let's run the transport system in a publicly funded, public interest-driven way.
I'd support that.
Good, because we've got lots of other questions. How about the rest of you?
Oh, yes, I support it too.
Wow, there we go.
No, not amalgamation. No. Be clear, I think there are two separate issues in here. I think what we're all supporting is the idea of a public bus network.
Cool. Not so much the amalgamation, but anyway.
I think we have different functions.
We do need to keep moving because people have got really good questions. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Can you advise whether your council has considered the charging rates for Wellington City users of the bus service? My understanding is that we pay a greater portion of the bus service than some of our counterparts around the rest of the region, and it does seem somewhat unfair that we are subsidising other parts of the region. And and my second question is on the airport bus, which I absolutely support. Would you consider a way of encouraging both government and local government workers who are travelling between the central city and the airport to use that rather than catching a taxi?
Yes. So the first point about you're referring to what's in our revenue and financing policy, in which it identifies the way we distribute our funding across the region. So it's a fairly complicated formula, which you're probably aware of, which we try and make as fair as possible to all the residents of the region. So, and we do that through the long-term plan process.
Yeah, but what we're saying is not fair.
Yeah, well, we accept that you and others don't think it's fair, but we do our best to align the benefits to those, align the costs to those people who benefit. Your other point was around, sorry, second question?
Just the second question was around the bus service to the airport. Would you encourage, or in some way, government and local government employees who are travelling on business between the central city and the airport to catch the bus rather than an Uber or taxi?
Oh, yes, of course. But as I say, it is a rapid bus route and only probably have about 4 or so bus stops en route. But if they can, they're welcome to.
And I think we would. I do totally see what you mean. I think we definitely would, and that to some degree depends a little bit on where the bus terminal will go in the airport precinct. The closer it can be to the departure gates, the more, and the arrival gates, the more likely that will be. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Young.
I'm happy to remind those of you who weren't old enough to remember what council buses were like at another time: dirty, filthy, smelly, unreliable. However, that is not my question. My question is, why is the regional council pursuing Snapper when all around the world they're moving towards credit cards? I mean, even Sydney, our almost neighbour, has moved to credit cards. London's dumped all their special cards years ago. Why are you continuing with this antiquated system?
Well, it is an interim until such time as integrated ticketing comes along, and that will be based on a credit card type system. And
so
using
interim
your
is
cell phone.
expensive, though. Why have 2 steps when you can do it in 1?
Well,
No, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but we are doing a trial run of Snapper on rail, which it doesn't currently apply on rail. It's a way of doing a trial run.
But why do interim and then another, just go straight to credit cards?
Because we can't go straight to credit cards because it's part of a national ticketing solution, and it's not going to be ready yet, I'm afraid.
God help New Zealand.
And if I can actually add, credit cards are actually antiquated now, so we are looking at a mobile type of app device.
Okay. Councillor Foon.
Oh, yeah. Kia ora, this is very exciting. My question is around the business case for what would be the amount of trips we'd need to do to get the amount of cars off the road so that we can approach Let's Get Welly Moving to fund the difference in the cost so that we don't need another tunnel.
Have to come back to you.
Can you put it on? I figure it's $3 million a year on average. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, so to give you an illustration of this, the mass rapid transit system should be operating by 2027, according to the way it's planned. The experience overseas is that when you introduce light rail, if it is light rail, then you'll get something like a 25% mode share shift immediately out of cars and onto light rail. That would mean 25% less traffic through the tunnel and going around the Basin Reserve. So that would solve your congestion problem, and you won't need a second Mount Victoria tunnel. So you don't need to spend $700 million on a second Mount Victoria tunnel.
Thank you, and I've got one too. So would you commit to a trial to take people through, without having to pay, to take people through the present bus tunnel to help people walk between the east and the city?
Yes, I love that idea. We've raised it, making it basically a free fare zone in between the Hataitai bus tunnel. I think we're looking at that, aren't we, Roger?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Now, it was definitely worth the extra time. We should have you guys in more often. It's been great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back. Okay, so back to Janet. I'd like to welcome Janet if she's there. Janet Halls. Okay, all right. So we'll move then to the Royal New Zealand Ballet, and I see Susanna. And, oh, brain fade, terrible, sorry. Lester, thank you. Yes, thank you. I'd like to welcome you both to the table, and as an organisation you have 10 minutes, and the floor is yours. And that usually includes questions, if you want to allow us to ask you some.
Kia ora, thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you this evening. I realise it's been a long day. I was here earlier in the week with the Arts Wellington submission, and certainly the Royal New Zealand Ballet supports strongly the Arts Wellington submission, and we did do our own separate one, but there is a few points, particularly in relation to arts and culture from the Royal New Zealand Ballet's point of view, that we would like to just highlight. We value our relationship with Council, and we greatly appreciate our location in the dance centre and all the work that's been going on with St James. The themes that I'm going to mention tonight are similar to the ones that I've made when I presented to Council in the last 2 years, and when Dame Kerry was here last year with us as well. And it's really thinking about our buildings and infrastructure in ways that are people-focused. So if you look, for instance, at the St James project, it's thinking about what does that building contribute to Courtenay Place from a place-making point of view. When you think about that building, it has been closed for 4 years. Courtenay Place is in a woeful state between Taranaki Street and Tory Street, and similarly with Readings across the road. So when that building reopens, it's thinking about what is the role of that, what does that look like, what is the daytime activation, what is the role that that venue plays outside of when it is just being used by hirers. That is going to really add value to the footprint of Courtenay Place. The City of Melbourne did a study recently, and the findings that came through that loud and clear is that if you place activities that are not alcohol related in an alcohol area that have a different focus as what you have with the St James, you will see a change in terms of what happens in that area. So we think that the city has an opportunity with the St James. I also think that residents and ratepayers will be looking for that opportunity, given the council's commitment to this project and the way that the city and the residents of the city are hoping that we may see a transformation in Courtenay Place. But those themes don't relate just to the St James. I think the opportunity to think about the town hall in that kind of way, I think, is important. We know that you have an enormous decision ahead about the type of refurbishment, the opportunity about what happens with the buildings around the town hall and the civic building next to it particularly, but thinking about how we welcome those people in, what it adds to a people experience, what the visitor experience is going through it. They make these projects a lot more than just a strengthening exercise. If we look at it from a property point of view, you will only do a strengthening exercise. These buildings are about culture, people, hearts and minds, souls, intergenerational experiences, and all those layers that make for a rich, strong and healthy community. And I guess finally my last little plug will be for the Civic Square. and because I think the same, very, very same issues are the same as what you are grappling with Civic Square, with the library adjacent to it, with the art gallery on one side, what the connection from a sea, connecting with the sea point of view is, that bridge across there. It is the civic heart of the city, and at the moment it's the civic heart of the city that I'm afraid is barely beating. So, and from a people point of view, where they gather, whether it's for events, whether it's celebrations, whether it's protests, you know, that is what that place is known for. And I think in thinking about those, keeping those things at back of mind will mean that council has the ability to front foot it in terms of thinking about the shape and role that those places have in our community. Happy to take any questions, and thank you for hearing us late in the evening.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for keeping the lines of communication really well open. I was glad to hear you. Yes, I was actually Councillor Pennant first, and then we've got Councillor Foon and Councillor Calvert.
Thank you for the great work that you do. And look, we had a submission last night, which actually I found quite challenging, but it was great. A Māori artist saying, why do we privilege or give a lot of space to ballet and the orchestra? And what about multi-use spaces where you can do lots of different kinds of arts? So I was just wondering where the ballet was in its journey about meeting its treaty obligations in terms of working with Māori artists, and would you be prepared to share space with other artists? It's a pretty big conversation, so there's probably not enough time here.
It is a big conversation, but it's a timely conversation. This conversation which this company is happening. When I took our artistic director, who's from America, to the Kapahaka, to Matatini when it was here in Wellington, and we saw Scotty Morrison coming there, and I know Scotty reasonably well, goes, kia ora, you've come to the Māori Ballet, was his response. And so what you have in that instance is two art forms that are both highly competitive, very, very high performing, and about excellence. And so the conversation really is around how do you foster excellence and that diversity within it. So Scotty could realise that when we talked to him about it, because that was his response. And that's why I was taking Patricia to see that, is saying, you see, look at this very high performance, elite activity that is going here. I was once asked when I was doing the theatre in Auckland, well, can't you all just be in the same space together? And I said, well, if you look at racket sports, you've got tennis, you've got ping pong, you've got squash. Now, you wouldn't turn around and say, well, okay, we're going to be great at badminton, but we want you to work on a tennis court. So it's really about fit for purpose and thinking about what is that mix that's in there from a facilities point of view and what you need to do things really well. The cultural discussion around diversity and inclusion and what you do is very much dependent on the specific art forms and the journeys you take. So we are having a conversation with the New Zealand School of Dance around what pathways are for new talent and how we get greater reflection of that coming through, because the ballet is the end of a long period of training, so it needs to start very early. So we're underway with that conversation, and similarly in terms of other artists that come through the New Zealand work that we commission, given that our medium is dance and a dance from a particular tradition, we work within those confines. But it's a timely question and one that we're grappling full on.
Thank you for that. Now, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Lester, and good to see you. Thank you for really highlighting the opportunity that we've got there. And I don't know if you were here for the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence, because I think that's really what you're asking us to create, places for people that are really inviting and welcoming. Have you got any examples that you can speak to of what you're actually seeing here? And are you in touch with our officers about this opportunity we have? Because we've got a safety conversation going on, and now we've got an opportunity right here.
We get it from our audiences who tell us that they don't like coming, and I mean we're currently in the Opera House, and so the level of vagrancy that is going around the Opera House, or what is happening over, because you can't necessarily always go to the toilet at the Opera House, you go across the road to Te Aro Park. We often have comments from people that are in that environment about the things that they see. Interestingly, We hear it from our young dancers who are often young. They're touring, they're working late at night. You know, so we're currently going through a process around what is the safety protocol for us as an organisation for people working late at night. I've also heard it from our staff recently, young women in their early 20s saying that they are concerned about walking down Courtney Place at 7 o'clock at night. And you know, and I was shocked. I was genuinely shocked about it. These are people born and bred and live in this city. And when they were saying that, it came up on 5 o'clock on a Friday. I thought, you know, we as an employer have a responsibility for that. Now, our business is renowned for people working unsociable hours and being comfortable about going and doing shows and going back to your accommodation at midnight or whatever it is. So that was a salutary conversation for us.
Thank you. That's, yeah. Councillor Calvert.
I think you've just really touched on what I was going to ask you about, and that was more about the place where you're situated in the current area around the Opera House, which just further down will be St James, and about how the council can make that a better place from a placemaking. So, you know, taking into account safety, but also making it appropriate as part of the cultural area of our city. But in terms of that, and whether you had any views.
Yes, I do. I think Arts Wellington touched on this earlier in the week when they were here, and that's talking about whether a venue has an active role or a passive role. And currently the model is that it's a passive role. It's a hall for hire. You unlock the doors when someone is there. But if venues had an active role and thought about what is the daytime activation, what is the food and beverage offering, how do we make this a public space where people can come and hang out here and engage during the day? And I think if you use the library as an example of that, when the library opened, that is what changed the library going experience. People used to think about libraries, oh, it's a dusty old mothball place, why would you go and hang out there? When the library opened, and I think it's one of the things that Wellingtonians adore about their library, is you go and you hang out there, kids go there, it's cool to be there. You can talk, you go, this is a place where the public gathers in a way that connects communities. And I think if you think about the foyer in the St James, I think if you think about what is the role that the ballet company and dance can do in that foyer, at the moment the Royal New Zealand Ballet has no visibility in that foyer. We will be, I'm hopeful we'll get a donor board. But I go, well, if you've got a company of 40 dancers upstairs and you've got a public space and you've got a food and beverage opportunity and you're opening out into one of the best footprints in the city, we must be able to do something.
All right. Thank you very much. We will have to wrap that up, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Just moving on, do we have Ruth here? Ruth Stowers, thank you. Ruth, as an individual, you have 5 minutes, and I warn you, it will go very quickly.
Tēnā koutou katoa no Hamua oku tupuna, ki te whanganui a tara ahau e noho ana. Ko te Ātiawa, te mana whenua o te whanganui a tara, kei te nui kia rātou. Ko Stowers taku whānau, ko Ruth ahau, ngā mihi kia koutou. My name is Ruth. I'm Chanel. And really just here to kind of engage. I ticked the thing on the box. I didn't know it would be kind of like this big deal. But it's cool to kind of see what this is. I brought a support buddy and he'll voice any opinions he has. But yeah, just really here, I'm really in support of most of the preferred options. I think the only one is kind of the accelerated full program for the cycleways. I think just awesome to kind of have more of that. I would love to ride a bike, but still a little bit afraid in the city. So I think anything on those ways would really encourage a lot of people who kind of just need that little extra push if you see some more things like that. Yeah, supportive of kind of the ambitious climate change goals as well. Really pleased to see kind of more mahi in that area as well. Otherwise, I thought it was a great plan. I thought it was really accessible. We're both from the mighty Tamaki Makaurau and just moved down fairly recently. So it's cool to kind of see how it all works down here. I really like the public transport here. I think it's awesome. And yeah, I think great layout and yeah, just kind of here to voice support and hopefully this will be the start of my democracy engagement down here in Pōneke. So yeah, Chanel, do you have anything you want to add?
And we do have some questions if you want to leave some of your 5 minutes for those.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Did you want to say anything before we open to questions?
No.
Okay. So we've got one from Councillor Condi.
Kia ora, thanks for coming in, Ruth. I guess I was just interested in what, if it's your first time here, like what made you get interested in the long-term plan? How did we get your attention, and what made you commit to coming along? That's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. I had a friend who came yesterday, and she's super into this kind of like civics engagement. So she kind of frequently holds little consultation meetings and stuff at her house. So I went for the climate change one. She did on that, and then she brought to work just like a whole lot of the submission documents and invited a group of us. So I went along. Laura Somerset, I think she was here yesterday around the same time, and she ticked the box to going in, and I was like, I guess I'll tick the box to coming in. So yeah, essentially that.
Councillor Matthews.
I'm interested to know what public transport you're using and what you like about it. And also maybe, I'm originally from Auckland as well, and I think Auckland has changed in some really good ways. So what do you sort of see, something that we're doing better than Auckland, maybe something that Auckland is doing better than us? Not because it's a competition, but because we want to have better cities.
Yeah, good things about both. In terms of public transport, I live in Kaiwharawhara, so I can catch so many different buses, catch the 1, some of the 50s. I think the frequency, I used to live in Newtown as well, and the one, it comes every like 9 minutes, which is awesome. Double deckers, electric. The bus drivers are really friendly. I think they might be, like, I admire the Auckland ones, like they do amazing things, but I think they're a little bit friendlier then, maybe a little bit more patient than the Auckland ones. Like if someone waits there, they'll stop, even if they're late. Auckland drivers don't really do that. So yeah, really like that. I haven't tried out the trains. Do you have any train perspectives?
I do think that the trains are good.
Oh yeah, works like Kira.
Here as an individual though, not...
They do better than us and we do better than them.
I am getting used to the whole territorial authority kind of separation. I think I was kind of confused that you couldn't use your snapper on the trains. So that's kind of one of the things. Otherwise, in terms of here, I think it's a little bit maybe not easy to engage, but because it's so Wellington City focused rather than a huge Auckland plan, it is easy to kind of relate to the smaller things in here. Like I know where the Civic Square is and I know what things you're talking about. So in terms of that, I think a bit easier, but yeah, still getting used to, I guess Auckland's just a huge beast and everything kind of flows together, whereas here it's a bit different. When you go out to the hut, they're like, do you live in the hut? And I was like, no. They're like, oh, we can't give you a library card. But it's all right, I love Te Awe. So just getting used to kind of that difference, but yeah, positives in both.
Cool. How long is yours? Okay, quickly.
Yeah, I was just going to ask what brought you down here? Like, was it mahi? Was it uni? Like, what brought you down to Wellington from Tamaki?
Yeah, mahi. So I studied at AUT and then now I work at Te Manatu Aorere, or Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Yeah, so just started there.
Well, thank you for coming.
Cool.
It's always interesting to hear from different perspectives.
And I follow Channel 4 on Instagram, actually, big fan. So cool. Thank you.
Lovely. Okay, so we now have Hamish. Hamish Morgan, welcome. And as an individual, you also have 5 minutes, and that includes questions if you wish to ask them, if you wish us to ask you.
Yes. Much like Ruth was my first real engagement with democracy. Most of my prior experience has been through Parks and Recreation. So anyway, tēnā koutou katoa ko Hamish Morgan aho no Pōneke aho. I'm a musician and the main organiser and curator for the Ferguson Street stage at Newtown Festival. I've been regularly attending gigs in Wellington for over a decade now, and I'm here today to address the glaring hole that is the city's lack of a fully accessible, all ages friendly, permanent art space that allows people to share music. If Pōneke, Wellington is the arts and culture capital of Aotearoa, then why is this council not planning to do more for the art, to foster the art of our youth? Why do we discriminate against an age group brimming with creative energies and inspire others to do the same? As you point out in your draft strategy for children and young people, artistic performance, visual arts, and creative experiences are known to improve mental health and well-being, given this country's mental health statistics such as high rates of depression and suicide, particularly amongst the teens of Aotearoa, and the government's aim to improve Aotearoa's overall haora. A safe space to engage in creative experiences should be at the forefront of the Council's strategy. With these venues, we can't pass the torch on to the next generation of young creatives. And the city's current venues are not up to the task. Toi Pōneke caters to other arts such as dance, but lacks a performance space for music. Zeal is a third party that caters to youth, but their current space doesn't allow for a permanent setup to perform. The various community halls dotted around the city lack equipment, which for youth is by far the biggest barrier of entry. They are also based in residential areas and susceptible to noise control and restrictions. Takina, to the best of my knowledge, will not have any spaces for art and is purely an expo venue. If I'm wrong, please feel free to tell me. The lack of venues across Wellington is an issue in itself, not even accounting for the lack of an all-ages one. This is something that needs to be addressed in your plan in one way or another. An AA venue would be a real asset to the city and shouldn't be seen as a nice to have, but a necessity if we are to strive for a fully inclusive community that shares and celebrates arts and culture. How cool would it be to say that this venue that doesn't exist yet would be where the next Benny or Alien Weaponry or whatever New Zealand artist you want to throw in there cut their teeth before they made it big? Thank you for your time. I'm open to questions.
Questions? I'll ask one. We have heard a lot about where the gap actually is in terms of the size, seating size. Do you have a view on that?
In terms of
like how many people? Yes.
Yeah,
how many?
so
The audience size.
100, 200 people. So we're not talking about, cake tin size place.
So smaller, more intimate sort of venue.
And I've previously engaged with Felicity Birch. I don't know if she is still here.
Yep.
This was back before what took over the world, but there was just seemed to be a lack of suitable space within the CBD, and I believe strongly in the mantra: if you build it, they will come. As long as there is, accessibility in the public transport, make their way out.
But you are envisaging this to be in the CBD rather than.
Oh no! I mean, I daydream of having anywhere else in the
anywhere.
CBD.
Okay. Councillor Fitzsimons has a question.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just on that note, do you think there's potential, and you sort of touched on an aspect of this, for us to use like some of the spaces in the Opera House or City Gallery or some other existing public spaces a bit
I
better?
think the easiest solution, rather than going out and building a brand new space, would be to engage with somewhere like Toi Pōneke, probably not where they are currently, but an existing space or asset to host such a place.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's certainly something for us to think about. Thank you. I'd like to invite Leslie, I think it is, from the Karori Residents Association. Welcome. And as an organisation, you will have 10 minutes if you need it.
Thank you.
But that does need to include time for us to ask questions if that's what you want.
I remember last time 5 minutes flew by, and I had the mental set of 5 minutes, and then I realised I had 10, but I've still got a lot to say. So, sorry, I'll just take some water. So, no mai, haere mai, whakarongo mai. I'm Leslie Salinger. I set up a Karori Residents Association and was chair for about just under 6 years. I'm no longer chair, but I'm still involved. And we have submitted within the format that was online, and we added some extra comments. So, nice to hear the optimistic young person before. I'm afraid, as a cynical old person, I'm going to be a bit harder on you. Ratepayers, I would just like to preface by saying that ratepayers observe the dysfunctional behaviour by you as council, and we need you to raise your professional standards and stop the need for endless reviews, which are basically just a waste of ratepayers' monies. You represent us, you're our representatives, and we need you to get on and do the best for the city. And the other thing is that we're looking at quite high rates hikes, and so all the more. I just would like to make a personal comment. I despair at the demise of my city, which is my birth city, at the quality of the urban space. So, as a council, you need a vision. How are we going to get Wellington back on track? I have just been to Christchurch, to Auckland and to Gisborne, and all three places are humming. Christchurch and Gisborne particularly were a pleasure to be in. And I would like to suggest to you that we have a special nature as a capital, and council needs to lobby central government for more investment in the city because of that nature as the capital. If you think of any of the other capitals around the world, particularly Commonwealth capitals, and how they are the front face of the country. And I will let you know that I have actually talked to the Wellington Central MP and Minister for Finance, Grant Robertson, on this very thing. Fundamentally, we're in a situation where infrastructure is absolutely paramount. I'll speak about transport first. The Let's Get Wellington Moving, a recent review finds that it's basically a dog. As the city, as the roading authority, you must inform central government what is best for the city. And apropos of that, I do wonder why the long-term plan is being discussed and set before the spatial plan is dealt with, because I would have thought that the two are integrated. I mean, if you've got a spatial plan with a good vision of how development in the city will happen, then you set your long-term goals. For example, and in my interest from my neck of the woods, we presented to council, and I know it was tabled here, a new Karori tunnel report. Karori is seriously overlooked, along with the other western suburbs. And we are, apart from the city centre, the businesses and the dwellers, we are the largest suburb by far, and we contribute sizably to the rate take. And relative to that, what do we get back? Very little. Maybe I'll just continue to talk about Karori while I'm at it. Stage 1 of the town centre development upgrade is now 2 years overdue, and you can't use lockdown as an excuse. Purportedly, it's supposed to be September, but really, it's just unacceptable. There's been money sitting there for the town centre development for, I would think, a decade. Why is it taking so long? There's the open spaces and the buildings to be sold. I do know that the movements are afoot on that, but we need to get on and do it, because as long as you've got empty land, empty facilities, or undeveloped empty facilities, it's no encouragement to the economy of Karori. All right, so just to go back to transport, because basically that 1906 Karori tunnel just cannot service the amount of traffic, and I see it in the mornings. Sometimes the main road is backed up from the tunnel to where I live, which is very close to the village. So the whole of the road of Karori is backed with traffic. It's dangerous for cyclists, dangerous for pedestrians, etc., etc. So there has got to be a plan and a solution for the western suburbs. Water, of course, this is where you've really got to focus, I guess, with the government's moves to centralise water management. I would certainly urge you to take part in that. But after years of council's head in the sand attitude, the city has reaped the storm of the neglect of the sewage and drainage and water systems, and our streams, our local stream, Karori Stream, Kaifara, others are polluted because of those effects. And, you know, we'll be going back to the medieval ages. Well, we already are, sewage spilling onto the streets.
We do have at least one question.
Yeah. All right. I will say, within the terms of the long-term plan, your climate change goals and the care of the environment will not be achieved or rescued if what is hidden from public view is not dealt with. I mean, you have to build from the ground up, or under the ground up, as it were. So this is really, really essential now. I heard on the news today an item about, and I think it's in the Waikato, about overhead power lines being cut and stripped of their copper, leaving open, you know, electricity. I mean, could kill the people doing it and could kill other people who happened on it. I think as part of your planning, part of your spatial planning and long-term view, we need to be looking at a 20-year program of undergrounding the wiring in this city and the suburbs. I mean, there are suburbs, some parts of suburbs that are. And then Civic Square, it was interesting to hear the ballet people speaking. I'm a ballet-main. I used to take the bus in to go to the ballet and then go and get the bus and come home. I don't do that anymore since bustastrophe. It's too uncomfortable, too dangerous. I was caught one night, not unduly late, and I had to spend $30 on a cab to get home. So, you know, if you want people to use public transport, you've got to ensure, and I realise that this is a problematic thing with the regional council and the city council having various responsibilities shared, but you've got to have a decent bus service. And I will say Christchurch is great, and you might say, all right, well, they got a lot of money after the earthquake, but Auckland's is pretty damn good as well. And we need to, if you are to achieve the aims of your long-term plan, these are the practical things that have to work. Civic Square, well, it's dead. But do not resurrect it for it to die again. So whatever happens, we need a robust vision, okay? Now, interestingly, again, hearing the young musician talk, I submitted in 2018, well, Karori Residents Association submitted, and I did the arts submission. And a lot of the things that
Leslie, I will have to ask you to wrap up because we've come to the end.
I am just about finished. A lot of the things that they were asking for, I actually put in my suggestions.
Great. Well,
all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's certainly given us an insight into some of the issues that the Karori Residents Association sees as important. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions?
We have run out of time for those. They needed to be fitted into the 10 minutes. Yeah, but
Shall I go over and bang my head on the wall?
Okay, right.
Be so lovely.
Thank you, but we will need to move on. But thank you, Leslie.
Yes, Nicola, over 6 years.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
We're now moving on to hear from Dr. David Tripp from Doctors for Active and Safe Transport. David, welcome to the, and some colleagues, welcome to the table. So it is 10 minutes and that needs to include questions if you want time for us to ask you some.
Kia ora mā te atua tātou katoa I arahi. I'm David Tripp. I'm a general physician and intensive care specialist.
I'm Sheila Hart. I'm a specialist anaesthetist, the Deputy Clinical Director at Wellington Hospital and the President of the New Zealand Society of Anaesthetists.
I'm Amanda Tristram. I'm a gynecological cancer surgeon and I also chair the Senior Doctors Forum at Wellington Hospital.
So I call them both Your Majesties. We represent over 100 Wellington Hospital specialists advocating for the health benefits of active transport.
We begin by giving you a quick refresher on some emerging challenges we face every day at the hospital.
So just pause a moment. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Obesity is an epidemic leading to dramatic long-term harm to the health of our people. The evidence is clear. Obesity is not about individual choices. It's about the environment that we create for them.
Of particular concern, 1 in 9 children are now obese, setting them up for a lifetime of health problems and subsequent disadvantage.
Cases of type 2 diabetes are rising relentlessly. These are not just statistics, these are your people who face having limbs amputated or going blind or spending the rest of their shortened lives tethered to a dialysis machine.
Cancer is also rising constantly, again a terrifying ordeal for your people. The commonest cancer I treat is now endometrial cancer. That's overtaken from, it used to be ovarian cancer, and that is directly as a result in the rise of obesity.
It's not questions yet. Save it.
It's womb cancer.
Right. We'll save the questions.
This data portrays a public health crisis that in the decades ahead would lead to the premature deaths of hundreds of thousands of Kiwis and overwhelm our hospital system. But why are a bunch of doctors talking about health when this is our city's long-term plan? Have we walked into the wrong meeting? Well, we're increasingly recognising the profound connections between health and the way we do transport.
A recent substantial study from the UK showed that regular cycling reduces the risk of cancer, cardiovascular disease and death by nearly a half. We have no pill that is that effective.
Regular exercise is what has the dramatic effect on stroke, heart disease, diabetes, even breast cancer, and as I said, womb cancer. The more exercise, the better.
And as an aside, just in case you were thinking cycling is for the foolhardy, this study compared ACC data in New Zealand to a number of other Kiwi staples and showed that it is as safe as DIY, 140 times safer than skiing, and 530 times safer than rugby.
So while we doctors attempt to cure the sick, you, through your transport plans, have enormous potential to prevent serious illness and death. You have the health budget and it's called transport. So we have a critical interest in your transport plans.
We faced another public health crisis in the last year, one that threatened a smaller but still significant number of Kiwis and also threatened to overwhelm our health system.
We, thankfully, adopted an approach that has been profoundly successful in saving lives. Go hard, go early. And it is exactly the same with the larger public health crisis we face with cancer, heart disease and diabetes. Active transport, particularly cycling, is a critical and effective defence. The bottom line is mode shift, doing all you possibly can to get people out of private cars and onto bikes.
So, is Wellington City Council going hard and going early with this public health crisis that threatens to overwhelm our health system? Here are some themes we see in the plans for our city.
When we've decided what we're going to do about speed limits, road tunnels, mass transport, bus lanes, we could maybe put in some cycle paths.
We first need to engage repeatedly over the loss of on-street parking.
We can build a seawall, provide road resilience, and then we'll get it cheap on the cycling budget.
And given the politics are a little bit tricky, let's kick the can down the road and do it in the next triennium.
But credit where credit is due, you have a bolder plan than any of the other seven councils in the Greater Wellington region. Sadly, that's a pretty low baseline. We applaud the moves you are making, but, and we say this with a note of desperation, please do more and do it now. Go hard, go early. Thank you very much for your time.
I have a question. Is this, people are focusing on the dollars, but I actually don't personally believe it's all about the dollars. Can we do it? Is it just as effective to do some of the stuff we're doing at the Innovating Streets as to do some of the, what you might call more gold-plated solutions?
I mean, I think what we're really here to say is do them all.
Do everything.
It's one of those things where, like, we've got something that we've really got to move significantly to make a significant change. So every single thing you can afford, do it.
Okay. That was probably quite a good answer. Now, I think I've got some other questions. Councillor Pannett.
I presume there's no evidence which says we shouldn't be active. Sorry, it might sound like a dumb question, but the evidence is beyond, okay, even more certain than climate science. Okay, so that's super helpful. And also, I presume you also would see the connections between good urban planning as well as it's not just about transport as well, so that people can live and work and are safe in a small kind of radius.
Probably. I think we're just here sounding an alarm for your health system. You have a critical problem with the health of your people. You have a very effective solution. What you combine that with is good, and other experts will advise you on that. We need to see mode shift, people into active transport modes, because it will save hundreds of lives.
All I meant is that sometimes it's hard to cycle if you live out in the middle of nowhere and there is, like that's.
But one of the things that's really clear is it's not just about going to the gym once a week. There is a lot of evidence that shows the thing that makes the health benefit is doing it as part of everyday life and getting out of not using your car at all, however that is. And even if it's coming in from the suburbs, I mean, you see it in London, nobody can go to work. Nobody can walk to work in London, they all live far too far away. But because everybody walks to the public transport and walks again at the other end, that's still more active. So I think we would put public transport under the active, safe transport we're advocating
and actually, there is good evidence for the health benefits of public transport. They are not as marked as they are for walking and cycling. There's actually a difference, but we've got to speak highly also of public transport because it works.
And at the risk of asking another question, and are e-bikes still beneficial to health?
Yep.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah. We showed the data before, the more exercise the better. If it's a choice between taking your car or an e-bike wins hands down.
Mm. Yeah. Are there other questions? Councillor Sparrow.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't disagree with what you're saying. However, I've been wanting to ask this. We've had quite a few cycling advocates, but okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate. There is a substantial number of Wellingtonians who, for whatever reason, age, infirmity, etc., are not going to take up cycling. Our weather, our narrow streets, our hills, etc., will mean that Wellington is never going to be a great place for cycling. Unlike Christchurch, which is half the amount of rainfall we have, wider streets and all that, how realistic is it to expect that we'll ever be able to get more than just a minority of Wellingtonians regularly cycling?
I've got a deal for you. Get 10% of your people onto bikes and the other 90% will love you because they will have it easier. Also, just in terms of our geography, it's a common question. E-bikes are a technological step change that mean hills don't exist anymore. I still pedal, but if you want an e-bike. The other thing I'd say about a geography is I bike every day from Petone to Wellington Hospital. My biggest hill is the Petone off-ramp. It's entirely doable.
Do you every single day, rain or shine?
If I'm working and not working late, because I won't take your streets at night.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, look, I think we are out of time. I'm sorry I was so engrossed I didn't notice, but thank you very much. I'd now like to invite Forest and Bird Youth Wellington, George and Michael. Welcome to the table. You have 10 minutes. And as I've explained to a few submitters, that needs to include questions from us if you want to allow time for that. And that screen up there, if you haven't noticed, does have the time on it.
Tēnā koutou, kua hui hui mai, tēnei rangi, e mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana.
Kia ora koutou, ko George Hobson tōku ingoa. My name's George, this is Michael, and together we're the co-coordinators of Forest and Bird Youth Wellington. With over 500 members and supporters nationwide, Forest and Bird Youth's vision is to empower rangatahi to engage in their connection with te taiao and to take a passionate interest in preserving our natural world for the future. And just personally, I'd like to note very briefly that I'm also a member of the ERG, but I'll be speaking on behalf of Forest and Bird Youth entirely today.
As the Wellington hub of this nationwide network, we're here to represent the youth members living in the Wellington region regarding te moto, tō moto mahere ngā huru tau. This long-term plan will have significant repercussions on the future of our city, with particular impacts on today's youth. With nature currently balancing on the knife edge between extinction and survival, it is crucial for us to make the right choices right now to protect the people and wildlife that call Te Whanganui-a-Tara home.
And it's also critical that Council works collaboratively with mana whenua throughout the implementation of any long-term plan, acting as tangata tiriti and upholding its obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi to allow Māori to practice kaitiakitanga and tino rangatiratanga over their whenua and taonga. And the implementation of Indigenous solutions is actually well tried and tested in improving the social, economic and environmental well-being of urban environments. So the Council must act without hesitation from our perspective to incorporate mātauranga Māori into the long-term plan o tō mātou mahere ngā huru tau.
It's a shame that the long-term plan shows little regard for implementing our natural capital, Wellington's biodiversity strategy. Increased funding for this strategy is vital in ensuring that nature and people can survive together in symbiosis, each gaining from the presence of the other. Urban areas around the world are the end of the line for nature. They often present a barrier that wildlife can't cross, but if you look at Zealandia, if we can take the active steps to bring biodiversity back, it's proven that there's still a place for nature in our cities.
And therefore, we're actually calling for an increase in funding for projects such as Capital Kiwi, Zealandia, Predator Free Wellington, and local community restoration groups, because these projects provide the stepping stones for wildlife to return to our windy capital. We've already seen how Zealandia brought back endemic species to Wellington, from the kaka in my backyard to shags flying over the city. Biodiversity has massively increased throughout Wellington because of Zealandia. And this should act as the blueprint for bringing nature back, both in Wellington and nationwide. With the exciting work going on in Wellington presently as well, we could see in the near future the return of the world's rarest kiwi to the western suburbs, the roi, or the okarito brown kiwi. And we could also see the return of freshwater shellfish species to streams on the Miramar Peninsula. Council funding and support is absolutely vital in this area to ensure that this work can go ahead smoothly and successfully.
And I'll point out that roi is my favourite bird in the world, so if you bring them back, I'll love you forever. Forest and Bird Youth is calling for an increased use of water-sensitive design and restoration of green spaces across the city. There are many benefits to reducing the hard surfaces that make up much of our urban areas, as these benefit both the community and nature alike. We would like to see the council set aside funding for the reopening and restoration of urban streams, as these provide vital avenues for nature to recolonise our cities. An example of this is Te Waimapihi stream, whose headwaters flow from Pole Hill Reserve into a pipe system under Cuba Street into the sea.
And while ambitious, projects like these have actually been hugely successful and proved vital changes for cities internationally that have adopted them. And open waterways are far better than handling floods than piping is, which will prove increasingly important as the climate crisis continues. Further, they reduce the heat island effect, so reducing the temperature of our inner city to return it to a more natural climate structure. And to achieve this goal, we're asking that the Council allocates funding and resources to establishing a working group, including youth and mana whenua representatives, to identify possible restoration opportunities in this area.
In 2011, Greater Wellington Regional Council research concluded that the use of rainwater tanks for toilet flushing and outdoor use was not cost effective. However, we feel that research is outdated. The severity of the cost to fix Wellington's water crisis has mounted considerably since then, and now we need to relook at that cost-benefit analysis. The associated benefits to rainwater tanks for the purposes has very wide-reaching benefits. They reduce carbon emissions, they reduce waste to landfill, they save energy, and they're far more resilient to natural disasters such as earthquakes, which our city is always poised for, than current solutions.
Yeah, and we'd also note that keeping nutrients within an ecological cycle is the most cost-effective way of actually treating water. So nature provides this service pro bono to us. Wastewater can be treated on-site using methods such as vermicomposting and then spread through planted areas such as restored wetlands, where the nutrients are reabsorbed back into that natural cycle. And it is, of course, vital that mana whenua are meaningfully engaged throughout all processes relating to water restoration to ensure that these processes are respected within Te Ao Māori.
We call for the reprioritisation of funding from roading into cycleways and footpaths. I know this sounds like a broken record after our last speaker, who did a much better job than I will. And an increased consideration for people with disabilities, vulnerable communities and pedestrians. Active transport is vital in ensuring we reach our climate commitments as a city, and so it should be a priority to create a fully connected cycling network that is safe and separated from other traffic. These actions not only benefit carbon emissions and cyclists, but also create a more livable, healthy, safe and happy city.
And I just note that we fully support the full investment package in that regard too. In light of recent research, we're calling for the full funding to be committed to reviewing and updating Te Atakura. Increasing consensus in the scientific community is showing us that actually 2050 is too late in reaching our climate goals in that regard, and we're asking that we need to take action quickly to reduce our city's carbon emissions down to net zero levels before 2050, and we ask that that's funded.
The long-term plan will decide the destiny for our city and all those call it home, and that's not just people, it's nature too. Forest and Bird Youth Wellington believes that while several steps are being taken in the right direction, we need to turn these steps into leaps and bounds towards a greener future. We hope that the inclusion of mana whenua, the restoration of the natural world, a prioritisation of active transport and sturdier climate planning will guide the council and the city towards a pōneke where both people and nature thrive. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Beautifully timed to allow for some questions. Thank you. And we do have one from Councillor Paul.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously I support all the things that you said, but which of the things would you say is the most urgent in terms of, your kaupapa?
Oh gosh, it would have been 5 years ago I went to Adelaide, where they've recently redone a restoration project of their local wetlands, and they've built the most successful man-made wetland in the world, Laratinga Wetland. I think that that's the sort of thing that Wellington should be aspiring to do. Wetlands have been decimated throughout the world. They're so beneficial in improving water quality, they're beneficial in controlling floods, they're beneficial in bringing back nature. So I would say looking at wetlands and streamways that we can restore should be a top priority for our city. Yeah.
Would you consider we should turn some sports fields into wetlands?
George and I are partial to a bit of cricket.
Bit of conflict of interest there. I think
our sports fields are
It's controversial, meant to be controversial.
More seriously, though, on that note, I think it's important that we look to where we can incorporate green space into urban development moving forward. So there's massive connections scientifically proven between access to nature in urban environments and mental and physical well-being. So when we're planning for things like the Golden Mile, like Let's Get Wellington Moving, it's crucial that when we're looking at that, we're actually looking at how we can incorporate native biodiversity into those developments to provide for both those well-being benefits for people, but also to create green corridors throughout the city for nature and for biodiversity to thrive.
Now, are there any other questions? Another one.
Weeds in the city, so bad, very bad. What do you reckon the best way to get rid of those are? Do you reckon we just like pay some professionals to just blitz the whole thing, or or get communities? Like, how do we do it?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and one that it was good to see Councillor O'Neill mention before with GW. Obviously, there's a bit of a challenge there in terms of who has jurisdiction over what specifically, but in terms of council work, I think just generally in the urban ecology section for council, we need to be looking to try and increase the funding in that respect, because obviously the urban ecology team's doing a great job at the moment, but there's always more work that can be done, and if we can put more funding into weeds in that respect and increase those resources, that would be a fantastic step forward. Also on that, we think just generally in terms of that urban ecology and biodiversity side of things that council needs to be looking more seriously towards incorporating its ecology work with the biodiversity strategy. That sets a national direction for how biodiversity should be protected in Aotearoa New Zealand, and it's crucial that that's actually recognised through our council work. And also we think it's important that council is providing resources and preparing for the future gazetting of the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity, because at this stage that's going to change quite a lot in terms of how SNAs work and that sort of thing, and it's crucial that council's actually ready to respond to that meaningfully and incorporate it into policy.
I'll just add really quickly from a student perspective, I know we're out of time, so I'll make this the final point. Students are often disengaged with gardening, but you don't win the war against weeds unless we also fight it on private land. We need young people, we need elderly, we need everybody to care about the weeds that grow in their garden. So I think an education package going around the city to encourage more people to get out, get working in their garden, know what weeds to pull out and what ones they should be leaving in. I think that would be really, really beneficial. I think trying to explain better to students, and this is probably something that we can be doing on Vic campus and we've thought about doing before, trying to explain what their rights are in gardening on their rental properties is really beneficial. So I think that that's a major area that we can start to increase our war on weeds.
That's a good note to end on, but thank you very much for coming.
Kia ora.
And for answering our questions. Now, it looks like we actually don't have our last submission, which is the community. So, you can, but I'm about to close the meeting. Now, don't disappear because we need, what? Oh, yeah, okay. So, no, not quite. So I move the motion that the Annual Plan, Long-Term Plan Committee receive the information, hear the oral submitters and thank them for their submissions. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Condi, thank you. And we need to vote that. It's all descending a little bit into hilarity around here. So we need to vote. Yes. Yeah, let's have a division. I reckon we deserve it. All righty. And listen. Okay, before we all descend completely into madness, we need to stand to say the closing karakia. Okay, so Una here.
Uru here, ki te uru tapu. Kia wātia, kia mama, e nākau, ti tinana, ti wairua. E ti ara taka a I rongo. I ki ronga. Kia wātia, haere ko wātia.